I wasn't supposed to start until 7, but there's a bug in the build for the new events and custom variables update. That is actually pretty big, despite being a very small omission, and I really want to fix it quickly before I get to the meat. So I'll share the screen and we'll go through some coding and mines together first before we get to the good part. We're gonna stay in the new metal though, because I haven't had a chance to manifest my actual musical preferences in a while. Okay, hi everyone actually. Hi Fairbuy, hi Flowing Dancer. Welcome, very happy to have you here. I need drugs, I'm having withdrawal symptoms from a salty Czech guy. Kinda good, I was live treating Fairbuy. But obviously it's pretty good, working goes and I keep commuting. Flowing Dancer, food talk. Hey Fairbuy, it was good, thank you. Very busy at work, unfortunately. I have been kind of, I've been letting the work pile up over the last week in my professional employment because I was focusing the development of Augustus a little bit too much. So it came back to bite me in the arse today. I had a bit more to do than I could, and got kind of annoying with the internal systems, but it's over now, and we are here to play some games, debug some stuff, and have fun. I haven't streamed in a while. I think I haven't streamed since we discussed the 4.5 and the plans, but I was looking forward to an opportunity. I've just been busy. I've been coding Augustus at work. For legal reasons, that's a joke. For legal reasons, don't take this seriously. Right, where are we? We need to get to the Visual Studio, I'm afraid. There. It's kind of weird. Why is it in these weird proportions? Let's get that sorted. There's GitHub underneath. I don't know what happened here. I have updated my OBS, and I think that might have caused it. That. I think that should be visible. Your Discord notification makes me think someone pinged me. Right, sorry about that. I'll mute them now. As far as I remember, it's somewhere in here. Is the desktop audio? That's desktop audio. Oh, right, so I can't mute them individually. I have to mute them on the... Why doesn't there like a streamer mode in Discord? Can I do that? Streamer. There's probably someone smarter than me who knows how to do that on the regular streamer mode there. Does it do what I think it does? Disable sounds, disable blah blah blah. Yeah, okay. Oh, automatically enable and disable streamer mode with OBS or Xsplitter running on this computer. That's very smart. Those are some smart people working in that development. Right, let me get on with that fix, because I want to get to the stuff. I want to get to the meat today. Not just snack on potatoes. You need to connect your Discord and Twitch account. I think automatic detection. I think it's in OBS. Sorry, it's on Discord that actually can do that automatically because it detects what other applications are running. I just forgot to enable that in the settings. Flowering Dancer Foods says, get back on the top of the food chain. Biting ass is more fun than being bitten in the ass. Feels good, man. Eating ass is the best. Sorry, it's not yet 10 PM. I can't say that. Yes, biting in the ass is not great. Yeah, okay. Discord notifications should be fixed. I hope. I am getting pinged because I have just before going on stream. I messaged a bunch of Discord saying, "Hey guys, there's a new version. Do this. Do check out that." My bad. Okay, the pigeon is not angry, the pigeon is just debugging. Okay, so I've got an issue. Whereas, anytime formula is passed, it's passed as the index and not as the evaluated version. And I don't really know where to change that globally. My first idea was to just edit every single action, but I don't think that will work as well as I'd like it to. In the action handler, maybe can do something like a hook that will change temporarily. No, that won't work. I think I have bitten off more than I could chew. Okay. In the action, there are parameters, and there's a type of the action. So the two ways that I can see this working is either I can do all of them individually and say if this parameter is this, then do that. But one step earlier, no, okay, so I do have to know what each of these is. So I'm gonna have to get the parameter data. I'm gonna have to open that on half screen, I think. Shift to drop into editor. No, get it out. And there. Okay, and get that on a half screen. And get that here. Cool. Right, doesn't work like that. Let me add another source. Window capture. VSC2. Yep. Capture method, blah blah blah. Parameter C, that's the one, you reckon? What about that one? Nobody knows. No parameter. Can't be that one. Sorry. I'm trying to find much title, otherwise find window title must match. No, you won't let me do it like that, so I'm gonna have to go to the desktop capture like this. Okay. Sorry. That the pigeon doesn't have the thingy thing. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I took my ADHD meds, I should be focused now. Okay, hide this, I don't need the stack right now. But what I do need is information about parameters. So these are actions, right? So I'm gonna have to check which ones use a formula and evaluate them manually. So let's highlight every action that uses a formula. There's a lot of them. Maybe like this. Maybe if I go parameter type formula there. Okay. What did I do? This is very unwieldy. You'll have to do. These are conditions. Not interested in the conditions. Oh my days, we might also be interested in the conditions as well. This might be a bigger problem than I thought. We'll see in a moment. So, the root of all evil here is that the implementation... sorry, Fairbuy says, did you have to finish this to be able to play this build? Kind of. There's a couple of things at play here. So, basically, the implementation of formulas is a little hacky, but this is the only way that I could figure it out to work. That also got Credelius's blessing. So, if someone's interested, I'll briefly go through that because it's also helpful to me as this kind of pair programming exercise. Where's the formula? God damn it! There. Formula. Right. So formula has a formatted calculation, which is basically a string, but it also has an ID, and all of the formulas are stored in an array. So when formula is given as a parameter, it's only given the ID, and everything is kind of resolved as you go along. So you're just keeping its place in the array in the order. And if they are static, then they have a constant evaluation. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to basically grab the evaluation of a formula instead of the formula. Then I'm going to have to, I think, unfortunately, do it for every action. I think. Yeah. For static ones, maybe it's not worth keeping. Okay, I'm not gonna get too into that. I'll sort out the actions right now. Quickly. And we'll see what will happen. Okay, let's go to action handler. And for all of these ones, I'm gonna have to sort it. Not great. Not great, not terrible. Okay, so one by one. Wait, perhaps. You know what? Let's engage AI in this. Let's utilize all of the tools that we have at our disposal. Let's get a new chart. Get action types. Get context for parameter. Because this is a very manual task, so you should, like, Cloud Sonnet should be able to sort it out. So the task at hand is action types C contains the functions that run when when any given action is triggered. However, if formula is an argument, a parameter I should say, it's a parameter in the action, then the formula's index is passed instead of the formula's evaluation. Looking through the parameter data C and action types C, you should be able to match all of the actions where a formula is given as parameter. Adjust the functions that are triggered in action handler. I'm gonna have to add action handler. Wait. Hashtag action handler there. Adjust the functions that are triggered in action handler so that instead of formula index, they are evaluated first. So as an example, where I know the issue is here. As an example, in the highlighted section, the amount in action parameter 2 should be replaced with, what is the call for that? I think it's scenario formula evaluate. That's it. And that is, yeah, it takes an ID. So it should be this. Like that. Should be replaced with as in the commented out line. Please replace all of the relevant parameters for this case. And watch him go, I hope. Watch him go. this is how I usually deal with these big changes when there's a file that like lists a lot of stuff. And it's been actually Claude Sonnet has been very, very useful in this particular PR that I'm using. Hi, Marek. It's been very useful because there's been a lot of the times where there's like loads of dependencies that I can't really track, but you know, just give the right context to an AI, run Copilot, and he'll figure it out. And for example, earlier, I've asked him to sort out the tooltips in Event Editor. And because I was just dreading doing that, I thought that I'm going to have to find all of the files, going to have to find all of the functions, then concatenate all of the strings myself. I thought, oh, this is going to be an absolute nightmare, so I'll leave it towards the end of the development. However, you know what? I'll just explain the issue to Copilot and see what he comes up with, because it's a solved problem. It just literally needs to be repeated. So AI is not really that tremendous in coming up with ideas for an implementation. I was gonna ask, is the music too loud? Because in my headphones it's very quiet, but I'm looking at the bars and I think it's a bit too loud. Right, so yeah, it's usually like you can just let him run. Tell him exactly what you need to change, tell him where to change it and leave and let it run. But if you ask him to come up with an implementation, it's not gonna be good. He's gonna invent methods that don't exist, come up with the absolutely most complicated way to do something, and then he's gonna add 5 files to your code and try to debug them, and eventually will absolutely obliterate your folders, because he's gonna run a delete build folder, which is how all of my helpers got deleted like last week or 2 weeks ago. Sounds perfect. Well, I did bite off a tiny bit more than I could chew with this one. Like, I knew that there were going to be bugs, but I didn't think that I'm going to have 5-6 versions in a single day when I sit down to fix the bugs. So it's on me. I should have said straight out, this is going to take a month or 2 months. Don't get your hopes up. But I was like, nah, I'm going to finish it before the end of the week. And then as I was going, I was asking everyone for suggestions and advice and requests. Silly me. If I stuck with the original scope that I had for this, maybe I would have finished it by today. But considering that throughout the development I was like, hey, do you guys like that? What is your opinion about this? How about this one? Is this useful? Would you like a new action, parameter, condition? Just give me a shout. What would you like? City properties? Yeah, I'll make 50 of them, no problem. So yeah, that's on me. It's silly old me. YouTube is absolutely busting, you know. They really want that money for the YouTube Premium, because it's been getting worse every time. But I also should stop the debugger, because that is definitely slowing it down. Close these. Right, so he's finished his stat now. He's at the task 16 out of 20. I do hope that this is not going to be a problem. We'll see. Okay, so he thinks he's done, and he asked me to run the thingy thing. No, thank you. I'm going to run it myself. I don't like it when he does that. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, I adjusted 19 actions. Let's see if it works. Asking for a quest before it's finished is never a good idea. I know from the perspective of management, yes. However, from the perspective of the fact that we need to bump a save version, I wanted to get everything into one save version bump. And actually, looking at it now, I think that was the wrong approach. I should have just bumped the save version a bunch of times throughout the development. But I don't know. There's at first I thought, oh, bumping a save version is difficult. I shouldn't do it too often. But then I learned how to do it, and now I'm like, oh, bumping a save version. Okay, just do this, this, this. I'm almost at a point where I could make it a macro. So that is not an issue. But I somehow feel like very apprehensive towards bumping a version. So I'm just trying to squeeze in as many changes into one PR as possible. And yeah, from hindsight is 2020, but looking at it now, it wasn't a great idea. I did make it a bit more difficult for myself, but I'm what can I say? I'm a people pleaser. So that's on me. A lot of it is very important, says Marek, and I completely agree. Where is the thing? Is the thing, man? Here. There. This should be hidden as well. I don't know how to disable it. Oh, there. Oh my eyes. I can't. Okay. Looking forward to the meat of the stream at last. Me too. But we're only 15 minutes in officially, so. I know, I completely agree. Marek, I don't mind that this takes a long time. I'm more like apprehensive about it because I'm like, oh, I want to get this over to you guys now so you can start making maps, so you can start using it, which is why I'm kind of feeling like, oh, every day of delay is a problem because I want to get it sorted quickly. So yeah, it's a trade-off of either it's gonna take a very long time, or you get more involved in testing and you get more bugs, but it's gonna get done quicker. Something for something. I think it works in this case. Okay, so gonna see if it works as expected. How I did that was I updated this bit to allow for wells from the start. Pop one here and open the debug custom events. And enable the hard stop back again. Breakpoint here. Okay. Right, let it run. Evaluate. Okay. Change the screens on OBS. Oh, I know why there was a difference in size. It's because I moved it from one screen to the other. There. No, that's better. It's okay if anyone asks, we haven't seen or heard you. The voice is just in their head. Okay, so it stops here. Parameter 2 is still 4, and the evaluation should be 52. There we go. Okay, so now that should be working fine. And the gods should be indifferent throughout the time, right? Yeah, just a second, I need to pack the assets for you as well, by the way. Okay, please do. Okay. So in the meanwhile, while you pack the assets, I am gonna go over what actually is happening in that update that I have been talking about for a long time. So, as a bit too many things to cover all at once, so I'm just gonna focus on the stuff that is confusing or not fully implemented yet, or might be buggy or something. So let's start with that. So first things first, new custom variable, say new variable 1. When adding a new variable, did I mess it up already? Oh, I just moved the name. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about that. I'll fix that. So when adding a text to display, what would happen before with visible variables is that you would have new variable 1. I would set the text to display to value. And what you would see is something like value 0. This is what would show up, or, value 12. So that is no longer the case. The value of a variable doesn't automatically pop up anymore. What happens instead is you can set it to display it in a particular place. So for example, I'm going to say this val1, you know, silly. Set that. Save that map as scenario 100. And when I open that, you're going to see that the value here in the corner is displayed in the middle of a text. So you can position custom variables, the visible custom variables, anywhere in the text. So you can combine them. You can display a couple of them at once. That's one of the main. That's one of the first things, and it comes with a new thing called formulas. So let's add another again new variable 1. Text to display var1, and let's put its contents here. And what you can do now with custom variables is you can adjust them few ways. So up to this point, you had to increase them or set them manually, right? You have a condition, something happens, and the action is triggered, and it sets the value to 5, for example, or it increases the value by 1. Mark sent the link. I'll get to that in a second. I'm just going to finish explaining the formulas. And Fairbuy says that it looks great if it continues after update that on this map as well. The idea behind all of these updates is that when we release 4.5, 4.5 is going to be a complete set of tools for map makers. So at the release of 4.5, if anyone wants to update the maps, they should do it then, because any further updates to their tools after 4.5 are not really wanted. We'd rather keep them rarer, because what happened in the development between 4.40 and 4.5 is that at some point we hit a point where to play this map you have to have unstable 4.078, for example, or unstable 4.09. We don't quite want that. We'd rather have it so that we give the tools in a bit of an excess, you know, with a bit of a margin of error, and we don't want everyone to have to stick to the unstable because a new tool might pop up tomorrow and invalidate all of the previous maps. So the idea is give a lot of tools, even if they're buggy, but give them all, fix them as we go, but say from this point onward, all of the maps have a bunch of new functionalities. That's the idea. So, as I mentioned, you can have a few ways. So first of all, you can tie a custom variable to a city property. So I'm going to select that new variable 1, and I'm going to tie it, and there's a bunch of things. And you can select any of those properties of a city, like city health, peace, service coverage, unemployment, population by age. And the value of that is going to get stored in the custom variable. So let's do a very simple one, which I've already, I think, shown on some private discords. I have a city construction kit for count towers 2. There. This is broken, don't worry about that. There's 2 counters here. There's towers and 0. I think it's it needs a small adjustment. Building count towers. Yes. That's it. Custom variables and towers 1. Don't worry about number 2 for a moment. So what is going to happen now is I'm going to build some stuff. Very, very simple test. I'm going to build a wall. The road here. And as I place towers, the value here is going to update. And as you can see, it's updating quite frequently. It updates every in-game day, which here, the display here is not in-game days. In-game actually calculates only 16 days per month. So if you look at this calendar, it updates every 2 days. But it allows you to track those things like nearly in real time, and it doesn't really require me setting up a lot of events. All that I have at the moment is one event with 2 actions. One action stores, as you can see, the count of towers into the variable 1, and the other one stores a quota fill. It's an absolute value of wheat sold by Londinium. So when I get back to the city and place a granary, make it accept wheat, open a trade with Londinium, and get importing max. What you're gonna see is as the caravans approach, ignore the wolves, they are not important for this task. As they drop off wheat in my granary, this number updates every 2 days. So I have 16 out of 40. And since I chose the value to be absolute, this value is now 16. And I can go back to the events here, change the name of the thing, and show it, for example, as... Oh, also, if you didn't know, if you press insert here, it changes to like an actual proper cursor. I'll change that as well, so that is by default, because I don't really like this... what's it called? I forgot what it's called. But this cursor that... doesn't bump the text forward. It's pretty annoying to operate. So let's say this display is wheat. So what this actually shows is wheat imported from Londinium this year. Number 2. There. And go back to the city. And as the year goes and I buy more wheat, this is gonna update. 32, 40. Year is gonna change in a moment, and bam, that counts back to 0. That's the main gist of it. That's the main idea behind this, is to make it just a bit easier for map makers to set up slightly more complex things, and just free you of having to set up 50 events. Now let me catch up on chat. Can events fire on an in-game day as well then now, or is it just the variables? All of the events, yeah. Anything is, yeah, as Marek has said, you can set a repeat in days. I've changed it so that when you have an event here, you can check the frequency. It can be days, months, or years, so you can set it to repeat in 3 years, and then when you change it back to days, it's going to tell you how many days that is. 3 years is 576 days. To get 2 months, it's 36 months. You get the gist. So, as long as you select the right repeat frequency, you're gonna have events, any event, fire more frequently. That's all. Very nice. After enabling cheats in the well, you can press Alt X to get the command window directly without clicking. I didn't know that. Is that true? Chat, is this true? Woohoo! Lovely. Well, I should have known that, right? Okay. So that's the main thing here. Now let me get through the tutorial. Any questions? Any questions? Even I know that, and I don't know what code is. Mate, you know what I do? I forget all of the cheats every time. So what I have to do when I'm debugging is I have to go here, go to cheats, and find them here, because I keep forgetting what have Romans done for us, and I keep saying, is it what Romans have done for us? No, maybe it's what have Romans done? No, what have Romans achieved? No, okay, and I just have to go here every single time. At least I have finally remembered debug.custom events. That is already ingrained in my memory over the last few weeks. Show tooltip is really cool. I changed that recently as well, because it was... I don't have to do that, I can just do this. If you get show tooltip free, it gives you a lot more information about any way that you're hovering. It gives you the grid, it gives you the building ID, it gives you all of the types of terrain that are on any given tile. So for example, I hover over here and you can say that this is both building and a wall, this is just clear terrain, this is tree and originally tree, this is water, you know, stuff like that. Only Chads remember the cheat sheet from memory, which is why I also don't remember most of the cheats. Seven obviously, yeah, I need cheats to do my stuff, I admit. Okay, I assume that I have the updated thingy thing from Marek. Yes, I do. There. Is it from... Oh, okay, okay. So... I have to drop that, see, saves, no. Is it in campaigns that I have to drop it? No. Okay, yeah, got it. So... Is that the one, or is that wrong? No. Okay. Now do I have to copy the save to save files as well? Extract into the C3 folder. Ah, right into here directly. Got you. Not just to save the asset as well, then load the city. Gotta say, I'm confused, but that's my fault. I have done too many of those. It's a saved game. Yeah, so I got the save. I'll just, you know what? I'll hack it. I'll do it like that. Get here, scenario, get this, and drop it into the saves. And start it from a save. Governance Academia 1. There. Now it doesn't have those assets. Oh! No, okay. Okay. Let's start over. Sorry. There, get it again. Okay, I have this folder, right? Governance Academia tutorial. And you have that in scenario here, is the save. So I think when it's run from the campaign, it should start here, exactly. You made a mistake. It's okay, we all do. I'll give you a sec, no worries. I am actually pretty sure that if I drop it into campaigns, it should work. It won't work in campaigns. Campaigns is for campaign assets. It's separate. Okay. Is that a save in the... Oh, you know what? Trying to think about the best way to do it. Okay, you get that sorted, and I'm going to talk about Trajan's Bridge, because I lied to you guys. I lied to you. I have played Trajan's Bridge. I didn't get far, but I have started. Let me find the save. Last night. I started Trajan's Bridge. I just forgot that I was supposed to go into it blind. Because I wanted to go into it blind, and I was just looking for the maps that were already in my save. So I got the Trajan's Bridge and I started. I didn't get far. I literally just like played the first year or two, and restarted, and then played the first year or two again, and then I went to sleep. So I'll start it all over. But I am aware of the very beginning. Okay, I got the save from Marek for the Governance Academia. Test 2. Let's see if it works. Can we get the music on here and the music off there? It's enough of Linkin Park. There we are. Okay, let's do this officially. Let's Augustus scene. Augustus, there we go. The minor pigeon is not there. So I'm going to extract the other file I gave into the C3 folder. Everything will have all the assets. Yeah, I think that's sorted. And save and load this. Whoa. I think the assets are in, right? It looks like they are in. Goes out raffle. Okay. Sad that this isn't completely blind, but this map doesn't really have a shock factor, at least. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my... It's honestly a genuine mistake. I was looking for a map to play. I was a bit tired, and I started off and I forgot I was supposed to play it blind. I mistook it for something else. I don't really have a better explanation. You can read the intro in the show with the larger screen. Okay, cool. Let your governor training begin. First, you must learn the basics of the construction of Roman settlements. In this assignment, you will be tasked with establishing and governing your first Roman city. I have already governed my first city. Thank you. The objective is to have 100 citizens living in the city. I guess I should be able to get that sorted. It's suitable even for players without any experience with impression-style games and worker system. That's very nice. Sorry, I am gonna skim this because I do really want to get into Trajan's Bridge, but I also want to help you out with this, and it's important for the testing. So I'm gonna try and balance this. For the typical 22x6 housing block, it's common to also use sides of a block for additional housing. Feel free to utilize this area in the manner. Housing can be 1x1 or 2x2. Right. This is one thing that I wanted to say. I am working on something that will let you have 2x2 housing automatically. So normally I'm not supposed to do this. I'm supposed to do this instead. But I think that's silly. I don't like that we have to do that. So I have been working on a thing that merges houses when they are placed. So this resolves into a nice 2x2 housing anyway. It's not yet ready. Maybe you know what, I'm not gonna make any promises. This is already making promises already doomed me a few times, so I'm just gonna say that I'm working on it, I'm aware of it, and you can be on the lookout for it, but I don't know when it will be ready. Okay. There are now citizens living within the city who have been granted additional funds for the city coffers. Every building removal obstacles such as trees or payment of wages requires deny. Okay, I do know that, so I'm gonna skim through that. Oh, this is a lot of information. I'm gonna the reward. I wanted to know about the reward. The reward is nice. Stuff added to the city funds, 1500. New objective is to place and staff at least one engineer's post and 2 prefectures. I guess I can do that. I should be able to. And we are supposed to remove this bit. I saw I'm missing some of the assets. The pictures would help, but you didn't extract properly. Let me save that. Test assets. Hi, Turgan. So you can see already in here that this is neatly showing, but the engineer's posts. I only have 1, but it says 3. It's probably my fault. Debug custom events. Housing? No. Custom variables, prefects. I can't see the current value of it for some reason. It's not great. Maybe it just didn't update just yet. I don't know. Okay, let me handle the extraction quickly. I did drop that directly into my C folder, but let me retrace my steps. This tutorial, extract that directly into the C3 folder. just to be absolutely certain that I've done this right, I'm gonna drop it in every single imaginable place. It's already here. It's here and it's there. Oh. If I grab that. Oh, I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. This, like this. Into community, right? Yeah, okay. I think I got it. Let me delete that. Start over. We should be all sorted. When you load the message, you should see the pictures now. I sure hope so. Yep, they're all here. Okay, excellent. I know what I did wrong earlier. I should have extracted that into community. Okay, cool. It works. Let's see if counters work, because they don't seem to at the moment with this one. And the prefectures as well. Oh! I think it's not me who made a mistake. Spaces. You can't have spaces. It needs to be like this, I'm afraid. I can try and sort it out later. But basically, this is the right format. Then all the counters are bricked. Yeah, it's a quick fix though. Let me adjust the first 5, see how it goes. There we go. But engineer's post is already here. And he doesn't like that. Okay. I think on this one, Marek, I'm gonna have to sit down and debug that tomorrow. How do you get a different cursor than the bar? In the text field. Insert on the keyboard. If on-screen key, not OneDrive, on-screen keyboard. Yep. When we have that, it's this one. Yeah, it's not counting. Let's check why. Briefly, just one thing to check. Why is it not counting? Custom variables, variable counts, objectives, population, building count. There. Prefectures active only. It's set to do not repeat. That's why. It might just need that this needs to repeat every month, probably, since it isn't just tying. It's a good question. It's a good question. Prefects, engineers. There is something off here, but because we've done so many iterations of this, I don't really know whether it's the problem with the setup or whether it's the problem with the code. So the denarii at least works clearly. Like this one. But when it comes to variable counts, I don't know whether it's possible to now kind of re-engage them. I genuinely don't know. Because it seems like they show that they are completely grayed out. So, maybe, just maybe, maybe if I open that through the assignment editor. That's not the one. I won't be able to load the save. Yeah, I think it's break. I think what needs to happen is in here you just set it to repeat forever. So yeah, so this is kind of my fault because I said that it ties it. It doesn't tie it. It triggers an update. So you have to have that event repeat regularly. I was kind of going back and forth on the naming, and it's the case of that I figured out the name before I put in the name, and then I realized how it actually needs to work, and the name just kind of stuck. The event triggered can't be repeated anymore there. You can reply every time in a sec when it's done and the spaces are gone. Okay. Can have let's have another go. I am keen to get this sorted, and I did want to go over the stuff here because it's inevitable that me as a coder, I look at these things differently than map makers do. So yeah, like a lot of this stuff that we have just seen is just a difference in how we perceive things. I look at these and I immediately see, my parser, the thing that parses the string, is gonna look at this and say, oh, that's a space, that's not a legal way to get the variable, and it's just gonna skip it. But for anyone who didn't write that stupid code, it's pretty simple that there's a square bracket and there's a number inside, so why doesn't it work? Yeah, quirks like that. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're doing a lot of the testing. I'm wondering whether there's anything else that I can go over in the meanwhile while Mark gets these sorted. Is there anything that we had recently? Oh, I know what I can go over. Bug reports. Bug reports, guys. I gotta say, it got on my nerve. And I'm usually not the one to throw hands and get all riled up. But there's been quite a few bug reports recently that made me rather frustrated. And I'm not saying that this is somebody's fault here, because obviously nobody meant any harm here. But there's a reason why there's a pinned example for the bug reports. And I even think, and Fairbuy, I'd like to ask you a favor here. If we could update the pinned example on the Discord server to also include the information that we'd really request that people attach a save to their bug report. Because what I have been finding more and more often is people think that what they're reporting is easy to replicate. And they might be true. They might be right. It might take 3-4 minutes to get that. Sure think I can fix that tomorrow that people check it though. But at least I'll have a weapon. You know, if we update that, that gives me a stick. You know, it's a stick that I can pick up and bash them over the head with. I mean discipline. I mean threat. I don't know. Okay, let's keep this PG. It's not 10 yet. So yeah, I even if it takes 3-4 minutes to set it up, it's 3-4 minutes plus a few minutes to recompile the project, plus a few minutes to find the right functions, plus a few minutes to make sure that there's no conditions that might affect what is happening, plus checking whether this is only happening in the release version or whether it's also possible to replicate in the debug version, because those are different and they work slightly differently, especially with stuff like memory management. So save, if I get a bug report that has a save, it's phenomenal, especially with the UI bugs. Recently someone posted something like, oh, this doesn't work there and the menu looks weird. And they didn't even attach a screenshot, but I figured out what they meant from that. But when I went to check that, in my save, it didn't occur. It just simply didn't happen. But if this person just saved the game and attached that save, it would be so much easier for me, because then what I do is I load the save. Oh, there we go. This is fixed something. Great. And then I open my debugger and I set a breakpoint here. And I run the game. And the game pauses because the break button has been triggered, and I can go and say, there we go. This is the problem. The problem is sorted. Great. And this takes me 60 seconds. And the biggest problem is that I don't really have a specific time dedicated to bug fixing. I just usually pick them up as I go along when they are related to something that I'm working on, or I'm looking at the right part of code, or the bug is literally just reported on Discord. So if I'm in the middle of working on a PR, which is every time, any given point in time, you can just select anything from the Big Bang until today, throughout the eons. You pick any point in that timeline, and I'm probably working. The probability of me working on a PR at any given point is a function going towards infinity, not going towards zero. So it takes me a long time to get everything set up, and it just makes it so that I don't really want to fix this stuff, that I don't want to touch it, because if someone says, oh, there's a bug with car depots, and I go, okay, let's have a look-see. Unpause the game. Let me remove those breakpoints. I go, okay, there's a bug with car depots. I make a car depot, I open it. Oh, the bug doesn't occur. Well then, okay, I need to kill this process, open up my GitHub, change to the master, build a master, open it up, see if the saves are working or not, which it's just takes so much mental effort to switch focus, to switch what I'm thinking about, where I am, and get all of the paths working. Whereas if I have a bug report that describes this happens in this situation, and there's a save and a screenshot, that's infinitely easier to resolve. Infinitely. It might be specific to me that this ticks me off a bit more than maybe other coders. But I would really, really, really appreciate if bug reports had a save with them. It just makes it so much easier to find what's happening. And shout out to people who are so far advanced in testing and bug hunting that they realize what conditions need to occur for a bug to happen. And if you have that and a save, that's 90% of the work done. The remaining 10% is changing the code, and that can vary from extremely complex to completely trivial. But if I have a save and conditions that trigger a bug, that's 90% there, and it makes debugging so much quicker and so much easier. Okay, sorry. Getting back to the chat and where we are. I missed a lot. Sorry. Carry a big stick and walk to the code mines. What about issues that automatically solve with reloads? For example, it occurred something weird with Earthquake, or farmland disappeared from the whole map, but when I reloaded, it appeared as normal again. So these are the most difficult to fix, and they do happen. In these cases, it's quite difficult to find the reason for it, but if you have autosave from the year where it happened, and you say what happens, it makes it more feasible to replicate. And the main reason why some of the bugs do not persist between save and load is the buildings array, which is a space in memory where information about all of the buildings is stored, gets basically deleted and rebuilt every time you save and load the game. It's not exactly what happens, but this is the best way to imagine it. So when you save a game, all of the information is saved, but when you load it, it's basically rebuilding every single building, all of the information about it from what's in the save. It doesn't copy and paste it. It's an instruction to rebuild. So it's best seen with storage IDs, where storage IDs are unassigned and reassigned on save and load. But yeah, those issues are difficult to track down, but with some information it's possible. Probably related to a new change terrain function. That's very possible. And how it interacts with earthquake. Earthquake is particular. I don't want to go on another tangent right now, but it works a bit differently, and it's very damaging to the information stored. Because if an earthquake happens, it interacts with a lot of the data in the game. I don't really know how to say it without. Okay, what it does is it interacts with the building grid, the terrain grid, and it interacts with ticks, because it tracks how many ticks have happened to progress. And it's just like a complicated event. Earthquakes are very complicated in our engine, at least for me. That's how I see them. Still put a save in there just in case. Yeah, I think that's the best. It's not just you, says Flowering Dancer. Feels bad, man. Yeah, we do our best. Okay, but I got on a tangent about bugs and I forgot what we were doing. Mark, did you resend the save? Is it the one from 10 minutes ago? Okay. Number 3. Hey, third time's the charm, innit? That's there. There? Okay. Ooh, this is laggy. Need to restart at some point. Okay, let's get this bird, guys. Yes. Let's just quickly check whether it's the right one. Yes, yes it is. Okay. Let's give it an honest to God attempt then. So sometimes you can get lucky, right? Sometimes you get a bit lucky and this develops neatly without... I can't even clear land. That's brutal. Walkers. And now the posts and prefectures. There! It's working. There we go. Stop. Stop the count. Greater city population greater than or equal to. Ah, I know. Okay, I know. Do you remember the thing that I did for actions? It just needs to be repeated for conditions. Okay, so we're just gonna use AI for that, and I don't know. I'm gonna play some fancy music. It's okay. I know what's happening. It's the problem with the build. Hey, Claude, can you please, pretty please, with a cherry on top, repeat the same steps for the conditions. The conditions are also currently using an index of a formula instead of the actual evaluation. So what you did for actions, is it condition handler? For action handler needs to be repeated in the functions in condition types. Please fix no bug. There, Ash was sorted. Why did that trigger stop? Yeah, Claude the Slave. That's grim. Not only working the code mate, but having such a name, you monster. It's fine. He likes it. I swear he likes it. I'm just gonna go and grab something from the kitchen real quick, and I'm gonna leave you watching Claude get this shit sorted. But to keep you company, the Titan Quest 2 recently was recently published. I think it's currently only in the early access, and I don't know whether you have to be on some list of co-defenders or something to get the access. But if you are able to, I really recommend it. It's really interesting, and I've only gotten through the first like hour of gameplay or something, but it's a vibe. It's a vibe. I'm a big fan of the first Titan Quest and all of the DLCs, although they started losing the plot after Ragnarok. But it's fine. The Titan Quest 2 seems to be a fresh start and seems to be keeping in the spirit of the old game with some new clothes, so very recommended. I'll be right back, guys. Where's the soon thingy? I don't have it here. What if I do this? And soon here. And window capture? No? No? Okay, sorry, I'm looking. There's a video, blah, blah, blah. You see there. Oh, there we go. I just have to send it down. Or move to the bottom. Not to the very bottom. Like here. Like further. Sorry guys, we are figuring this out, okay? It's very important. Oh, there. No, that's great. That's terrific. I'll be right back. We're back. We are back. And the AI seems to have done its job. So obviously I'm gonna have to check it manually. But you know, testing is the way of checking that as well. He seems to have understood the assignment, so let's test it. That's the best way we can do. Man, I'm glad that Crudelius isn't here. If he found out how I am coding all of those PRs, he would have a heart attack. And he's got 2 children to support, you know. It's good that he's in here. This is where we were. Yes, please no. Okay, this is too much with the music. Not this. Do you guys prefer the original soundtrack from Caesar, or do you guys prefer the Titan Quest ambient soundtrack? Tell me. So no, it still triggers too early. Yeah. Condition type. Let's check that individually. It's this. Maybe I have to keep it like that. Yes, keep everything. Action, conditions. I'm gonna say if this doesn't work now, then I'm gonna get to playing maps actually, because it just seems like I've made I left too many holes, for which I'll apologize. But I don't think that if it doesn't work now, that I'll be able to fix it quickly. And it's just gonna turn into a 3-hour stream of debugging a very buggy PR, which I don't want. I want to have some fun. I want to play some maps. I want to I don't know. What do we want? It's in condition types, I said earlier. Oh shit, it's that one, isn't it? Fuck. There's a problem with... I don't even know if you want to get into it. There's a problem with some files in the events that there were duplicates. There was a whole other folder that was not taken into consideration. Something got fucked up between merges. Fairbuy says that will probably be awake for like 30 moments in this type of break for another work. That oh no, I'm so sorry, Fairbuy. I really don't want to let you down. Okay, let me get on with this quickly. So I'm not gonna get completely derailed by checking the file structure now. I'm just gonna find population mat, set a breakpoint here, remove this, remove all the breakpoints, set a breakpoint here, run this. All the game, load this. Yep. So, just as I feared. Yeah. It's elsewhere. It's completely elsewhere. It's the condition types event. Fuck. Yeah, sorry. I am gonna have to fix it. We're gonna have to fix it either off stream tonight or tomorrow. The reason is that there's a problem in the file structure, which I've only found a few days ago, and I reported it to Credelios, but it's not fully resolved at the moment. The problem is that in the Augustus files, in source and scenario, there are some duplicate files. So you have condition types that we had here. Oh yeah, this. So there's conditions here, condition handler, condition types, and there's a folder here with conditions, and you have condition handler, condition types, condition helper again. This is the issue. It's inconsistent in what's being picked up and what's being actually processed and compiled. So it's a bit of a fucky-wucky. The only thing that could work is if I did this. Maybe. It's not out of question that this will work. Can't see the mines. Function scenario type mat. Yeah. The header here. Also need to get the header from the other version. and then it should work. Condition types. This is the one that I copied from, yes. And get that, and this is in conditions. It's confusing as all hell. Event in the main one. Here in the event, yeah. Now, run this again. Some variable check formula and function is met. Unresolved symbol. Condition type. So this is the one that gets processed. Scenario, event, condition types. So this one doesn't need to exist. Scenario condition type is met. Scenario condition type is met. Is condition handler, condition in here. Scenario event, condition handler. Scenario event, condition handler. So this is all Crudelius's fault, if anyone's asking. So I didn't do nothing. I am pure as snow. It's not my fault this time. I did a lot of screw-ups, but this one's not mine. This is a merge fault from a few months ago. Undefined is an external, internal. Oh my god, condition handler C. In here. It's actually not Claude, genuinely. It's a mix-up. I can explain it, but you would just fall asleep halfway through. It's a file mix-up. What did we do? Condition types. What has failed here? Condition variable check formula. There is two. It's this one and this one. Yeah, sorry. No, won't be able to. You'll have to do that tomorrow. I need to clean up the mess with the files because it just keep getting bogged down. I don't think that I'll be able to sort it now. Sorry. Well, not much that we can do about it. Let's switch to master. I think I should dubious changes. I don't think that I should commit that. I think that I should stash those. Because the actions are sorted, but conditions are not. Okay, I'll do this. Actions, yes. Actions sorted. But conditions, no. And conditions I'm gonna have to discard. And go back to master. Sorry, it's a shame, but I knew that this mix-up in the files is gonna cause problems, but I didn't want to outright delete everything, so I just tried to change the what I did is I changed the addresses in headers. So a header in a file contains the addresses and the references to other files that it kind of needs to like understand to work. So when you look at, for example, parameter data needs building type file, messages file, settings file, etc. And what I did is I adjusted the addresses to make sure that they all point to the same folder. But I think I must have missed some, and it kept getting desynchronized or something. It's just sometimes it picked up this file, sometimes it picked up this file. So what I need to do is I need to delete the wrong folder altogether and redo all of the addresses to make sure that they all point to the right files and the right headers. Yeah, sorry. We can get into the Trajan's Bridge now. Let's hope we can clean it up later. Yeah, I should be able to do that tomorrow. It's just, it's not going to be something that I'd like to do on stream, because it's going to involve a lot of swearing, searching, some AI, and a find and replace tool. So I'd rather do that off the stream. Okay, let's just all sit here and pretend that I don't see coders being screwed over by AI on Twitch nearly every single day. Feels bad, man. Genuinely, not a Claude problem. Not him. For once, it was not the AI problem. I swear. It's all Crudel, yes.
is now crossing the Danube at several locations, raiding our colonies.
So,
This affront will not go unpunished. As we
love the breathing.
our legions are ready
I gotta say,
to march towards
Fairbuy puts a lot of effort into the introductions and the videos and stuff. I appreciate that. It's fun to download a map and see that the size is in tens of megabytes. I remember when I first downloaded Mining for Gold in, is it Nova Augusta or something like that? It's a map where you mine for gold, and it starts with the History Channel like video that explains the process that ancient Romans used to mine for gold in Spain. It was really cool. It was really cool. I like those introductions, especially when it's a one-off map. Because for a campaign, not necessarily. In a campaign, I kind of just feel like I want to get on with it. But if it's like a one-off scenario and it explores a particular concept, then it's really cool. It's really cool to have that. The briefing is where my ideas from map starts. If we blame Claude, the only thing that will happen is when the machine rises up, they will find you and make you pay. So this is why I always say please and thank you to the AI. Okay? I am safe. I respect them. They respect me, I respect them. We don't have a problem. Unless they screw up 3 times in a row, then I just change the language model. I don't even tell them bad job. I just say, okay, Claude fucked up, GPT is on. GPT fucked up. I guess, I don't know, what's the Gemini next up? I'd rather cut off my leg than use Grok, but that's a separate issue. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to it. So I already know more or less what the objective is. As I said, unfortunately, I have started it earlier. So I know that the objective is, among other things, to build a continuous highway from the start point to the end point. I like that, but it does impact the placement of the industry a bit, what I found earlier. And you either have to account for it from the start, or you're going to have some growing pains later on as you adjust your industry to the size of the map. Fairbuy says that he's glad that I enjoyed them, and he does spend a lot of time researching, trying to find minuscule details that can be added to maps as a feature. It does. I appreciate that. I probably am not the I'm not the biggest historical buff. I do like that, but when I compare my knowledge and depth of research to other people working on Augustus and around Augustus, I find that I am actually in the the lower percentile. I'm not very well versed, so it's probably, I'm not the biggest beneficiary of those, but I do appreciate them because they really set the tone, and that's what matters to me the most. It doesn't have to be historically accurate. If you said in the briefing that Trajan's Bridge was actually built by insert any historic Cleopatra, I wouldn't bat an eye. You know, I'd be like, huh, that's probably true. If that's what Fairbuy says, I believe that. So, you know, but I love that. I love that. Flowering Dancer says, never badmouth Cold Stroll. I'm hoping it will protect me during the apocalypse. Hell yeah, man. We need to found a AI Friends Club where we make sure that we establish our intentions for the apocalypse. You can make highway cut through the wolf area. How we build the highway is up to you. That's a very good point. Yeah, we have to get rid of the wolves first. And I haven't gotten that far in the past. I put this amount of effort into briefing for my Asterix and Obelix map too. I have to check that out some point, but I have like a weird autistic approach to setting a game or a scenario in a universe that the game doesn't directly correspond to. It started for me with Heroes 3. There's a lot of scenarios. There's a scenario that is just basically like map of Europe, and I really like the scenario, but I always felt like it's so weird. I genuinely don't, like, I can't place it in my head. It doesn't make too much sense. Fun map, but the setting just like didn't click with me. So I usually am not the first one to try those. But I would give it a go. Okay, no, let me get on with the Trajan. Let me get on with the Trajan. It's my utmost best to blend it really well. No, I do. So yeah, Asterix and Obelix is definitely the universe to use here. You know, it's literally the same time period, area. So I can imagine that might actually blend in quite well. We have to get... And the natives wear pants like Obelix does. We have to just get a skin for them where the pants are white and blue and not plain blue. And, you know, we'll get everything. We'll get everything in. Okay. I have an excuse for the random rocks everywhere. Hell yeah. Obelix love his menhirs. What I did the first time around is I tried to squeeze in a regular block here. But what I found quite quickly is that this area doesn't lend itself to expansion very well. So I'm gonna do it a bit different here. Obelix wouldn't shank a market lady though. Yeah, you wouldn't. Okay. So as usual with doing maps where the author is present on stream, I very kindly ask for letting me make my mistakes. Because believe me, I am having fun. So if I make mistakes, if I make choices that are impractical, or you know better than that, don't let me know. I'll figure it out. I am stupid but persistent, you know? I'll get it right eventually. Okay, so this is my idea. I know that this is a nice little area for the farms, and I can sacrifice one farm. I know that they are in high demand here, because the meadow space is slightly limited until you have forts to get rid of the wolves. But let me make some mistakes. He would crash an aqueduct in a single strike, however, so it is a bit of a mixed bag talking about Obelix here. Yeah, that's true. Stacking the first block on this side of the river is a great start. Hey, don't tell me. Even if it's great. Wait, where was the range? This is one thing that we need to add to the to-do list. When placing fountains, the aqueduct range should be shown automatically. You can make it a setting, but it should be on by default, right? Who wouldn't want to know the exact range of the aqueduct when they are building their blocks? Let's remove this awful road layout. And let's get a party going. How long is this? It feels like 22. It's 24. Okay, that's great, because I have to cut it short here. And it's great. And this way or that way? What do you guys think? External road or internal road? I would usually opt for external because it offers more space. It looks a bit better. But you know, I'm not picky. Is that already a setting? I think that I have that, but maybe I'm wrong. There are so many settings. Internal could give you space for one more farm. I think not. I think it's still the same in this particular. Yeah. I mean, you know what? I'm not gonna get ahead of myself because I might use this. Okay. One step at a time, okay? One crisis at a time is what I always say. What do I always say, guys? There's a few things that I always say. One of those is we live, we laugh, we learn. And the other one is one crisis at a time. And we stick to that. I didn't get any answers regarding the soundtrack. Are we staying with the original soundtrack, or are we getting some of that sweet new Roman-styled, well, not Roman, Greek-styled Titan Quest 2 track? What do you guys reckon? Caesar free soundtrack. I think the setting is that the water range of fountains is visible when building houses. The reservoir range could be merged with that too. Yeah, so the fountain range is visible, but when you are placing a fountain, you can only see the range of the reservoir by checking the sprite on the fountain. We'll add that. It's not a big issue. It's not a big deal. If I can add a tooltip for highways levies out of spite, then I can do that as well. There are no impossible things. There's only things that take a bit more time, and things that take a lot more time. That's it's also up there. Don't worry about it. We're doing great. Do we need more prefectures? Anything? No, at the moment, I think. Let's just get this party started slowly but surely. The rocks are challenging, I gotta say. In this house, we respect Caesar as a hero. Fair enough. I drown it out with my own playlists anyway. Oh, yeah, we need to get... we need to. It's already on the to-do list to expand the music functionality. Allow custom tracks, adding more tracks. It's just not as pressing because it can be realistically implemented at any point in time between today and the heat death of the universe. There's no rush, basically. I'd like to do it, but compared to the other features, it's not a priority. But I'll get to it, you know. I'll get to it. The music randomizers was the very first thing that I contributed to the project, so I am mentally tied to the music settings, and I had some ideas for a little music player, so we'll get there. Okay. Now they have a wee bit of a population. Sorry, except this 7 K-pop music that fucks like a pineapple. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's time to replace that MP3 in the files simply. Rocks are the good building spots, so remove some rocks in this version at places less suitable for blocks. You trying to do psychology on us? Trying to do that. Okay, so let's get on to we have a few folks living here. Unemployment of 80, so there's a bit of a margin to get some people working in some industry. Now, if I recall correctly, so what I found initially was that a good idea was to start with wine. So wine is priced at 145 is what they pay, and I receive 90. So it's not as good as I thought. Weapons will be better then. Weapons, but weapons are only imported through sea trade. Okay. You could just go with the classic. Okay, let's go with the classic. Let's go with the classic. I could actually, I think, set it here. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have any other use for this place, so let me utilize this. Activision has entered the chat. No, replacing the original asset is too far. We are taking the kidneys this time. No, I'm not saying to replace them globally. That would be rude. Some people might enjoy this track. I'm saying it's time for me, myself, nobody else included, to replace that track with my favorite track, which is track 1. Track 1 is the best track. Don't doubt me, okay? I know who I am. Not really any suitable spots here. Could do it. Okay, let's move it around a bit. I'm trying to do it. Run a tight ship here. Yeah. Excuse me. Where's my warehouse? There. Thank you. Okay. Timber. And what we're gonna do is, as soon as these start working, which they should quickly, there, unemployment is at 9, that's lovely. We're gonna start setting up a trade center now. I don't think that I want the trade center on the other side of the river. I think I still want it here. But I'd like it in a place. Oh, but yeah, later on, we're gonna unlock this. It's important. So later on, we are going to get rid of these wolves, which should be barking at me when I right-click on them. I don't know why they're not doing that. Did they change something in the settings? No, I didn't. I don't know. All they do, it was very quiet, that's all. There it is. And there it is. Okay. Gotta go, we'll look for any updates on the cursed build. Yeah, tomorrow. I need some rest. Bye, Marek. Have a good one. Okay, so at the moment, we're gonna run the track through here, but later on we want to get it through here. So I think that the good place for a trade center would be here. We're gonna have to mix up a bit of sea trade warehouses with land trade warehouses, but it's not horrible. It's not a horrible idea. So let's start like this. This one's going here. Let's do that. Set this for just these people. Accept timber. Accept that timber. Cart depot. Setting some timber from warehouse 1 to warehouse 2 all the time. Let's go. Unemployment is going up fast. Which is phenomenal news. There we go. Population milestone. Excellent. So, let's get rid of some of... So, I have to be careful with getting rid of stuff because I don't know how much timber I'm going to need. So, I need to be a little bit careful. Just a little bit. Thanks for the new events. The map now checks when the bridge has been built and when the bonus objective for the triumphal... Oh, that's interesting. There's a bonus for making the triumphal arches. That's lovely. Okay, let's have 5 of those. That's fine. So 5, and this is where we come to the point at which I have to know the values of like yearly yield or whatever. And if someone tells me those, I will harm myself. Don't tell me. Don't tell me anything. I need to not know that. Because what I need to do is I need to implement them into the trade ledger. So you have an overview of how your city is doing on production globally. That's what needs to happen. So don't tell me. I don't know, I just go by feel. There we go. That's my man. Great approach, Fairbuy. Love that. So, some workshops. So, I think 5 is gonna do a bit too much wine. So let's start with 3. The only thing that I know here is that it's more or less, with a big emphasis on or, it's more or less twice the number of workshops per source of good, right? So you have, I have 3 farms running the production of grapes, vines, whatever. There was a discourse recently about what they should be called. I'm not getting into that, okay? I value my sanity. I'm staying away from this problem. But now they are out of... I don't like that. There. Now that's better. And another fella to patrol this area. Ah, you run out of these funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. It's none of your business. 104 AD. So who's the emperor? Is it Trajan? Trajan? That is the emperor during the Trajan's Bridge campaign? Or am I tripping? Everything's possible, isn't it? Wait, didn't I have a better pigeon? No, that's the only one that I had. Okay. I was looking for the pigeon camera. This goes here. Okay, they set... I didn't even set the exports. There. And these guys who buy furniture. Let's start with just that for now. And... oh no, they do need these fellas. I do need these fellas to buy me wine. Buy my Pinot Grigio. It wouldn't make sense for the guy making the briefings the emperor. It would, wouldn't it? Briefing the food.
Foolish ruler Decabalus of Dacia has broken his treaties with the empire, and by doing
so it is Trajan. It is Trajan that leads us into this task. And we are already deeply in debt. So that was my problem. In the first attempt that I did, we quickly got into debt and upset Caesar tremendously with my behavior. We're gonna have to wait and see if I repeat the mistakes that I made, or whether this economy will manage itself in the early stages. Honestly, could go either way. I am notoriously terrible in the beginnings, and in the mid game too. I'm not a star in the late game either. I think I'm just bad at this game. We'll do our best, you know. It would be nice to not end this year in the red. So let's donate some money to the fund. There we go. Great. The year has ended in the white. Amazing. The construction of the Trajan's Bridge was started in 103 AD and was most likely built by Trajan's lieutenant. There's a little typo here. Or maybe there's another word. I don't know. If it's the English spelling of lieutenant, it's a bit different. Lieutenant Apollodorus of Damascus. The bridge was finished in only 2 years, in 105 AD, and was 1,315 meters long. I had to check that, because I was like, that's impossible. They couldn't have possibly made a bridge that is 1 kilometer wide. I was terribly impressed. Honestly, terribly impressed. There's no shadows under the bridge. When I did the bridge update, I fucked something up. There should be a shadow. But I forgot. That's the proper grammar. I have forgone trying to fix the graphics. For now, at least. But it is a little bothering that there's no shadow at all. It just seems to be floating in space. And generally the water texture, it'd be good if we had some waves or something, like whatever, you know? It just seems too static. They sure did. I was thinking the same about the meadows. You know what? Tell me if I'm wrong. It would be cool if we had a very simple meadow animation where a wind blows and those little nuggets just tend to one side, like a simulation of wind. I think it wouldn't be terribly difficult to program. It would require a few new assets, but in terms of coding that in, it shouldn't be too difficult. And I would like to do a similar thing for the water texture. You know, get some waves in that. It looks too simple. The only thing that is saving it are the clouds, which reminds me that my bloody interface keeps removing weather. I have no idea. There's something wrong with the config where regularly recompiling the project gets rid of my config and replaces with some default values that I don't like. Or like partially default values. It's weird. There's some work made on the water somewhere in the dev discord. Oh, I'll have to check that out. But I don't know whether it would be feasible for me to get involved in that at the moment. I have put too much on my plate, and it's my fault. But I'm just saying, these streams also help me to kind of look at things and make a decision about what the legions are crossing the Danube, because we have built a bridge, which is lovely. Now what do we have to do? We have to place a wall here to prevent any more people from getting on this bridge, because this bridge is getting deleted. It's getting a boot. And I have disabled a few too many privileges. Send. Delete the bridge. There's no people on it. You know what was on the bridge? The birds. The birds are a figure. So it was doing a count and it saw the bird's position on the bridge, and it was like, you can't delete the bridge, there's people on it. It's not people, it's birds. Get your shit together. Anyway, this bridge looks a bit better because there's like there's this texture of part of a bridge being submersed in the water, so it does save it a bit, but it still doesn't. And it's shadowed throughout. There's no shadow on the water still, but there is a shadow on the side of a bridge. So the ship one looks a bit better, but the small ones, not quite. They are very plain. They are very plain, and it's my fault, probably. Anyway, I should move those birds. Yeah, it might be good, but you know, they circle around, so it's not that big of a deal. At least to me. I just waited for them to move. I was like, thank you, birds. Move along. I have a wee bit of so this is now starting to get a little stable. So it's time to start thinking about the army, because the enemies are distant, but they will be crossing soon. So I can either continue with my original idea, or I can commit to a new one. Let's try and commit to a new one. So there are these fishing spots, which I quite like, and I wanted to utilize them. They seemed very promising. So, you've made those funds something. Shut up, Trajan. I built you a bridge. Give me some leniency, you know? He's being mean and he knows it. Sure, shipyard here, why not? Turn this off. Oh, but this has a tiny bit of a problem, because I need to squeeze in a grand... Fairbuy, you devil! You thought about it! You thought about it! And you're like, no granary on the island for you. Dacia's king Dacebelus was defeated this year. Rather than submit to the Romans, he fled for Sarmizegetusa. Sarmizegetusa. Isn't that... Isn't like Sofia or something in Bulgaria? I gotta say, those Latin names of places absolutely destroy me. I cannot pronounce them correctly. I just look at them and then my mind goes blank. Fairbuy cannot allow such luxuries. Understandable. Understandable. We'll make it work. So the question is, no, it just doesn't fit at all. There's no way to sacrifice a war for 2. It just doesn't work. It will have to be here, which I think might significantly affect the productivity of those dwarves. But we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want this to be trading, and I don't want this to be picked up by a lady from a market. A lady of the day, how we call them. But what I would like is a supply post. Or like an engineer's post. Just generally loads of posts is what I'm after here. There's a road here, right? Yeah, there is. Okay. Oh, and the naval fish. How bad is it? How bad is it going to be? There's not a lot that I can do to help these fellas. But there are a few things. There are a few. So I can get rid of this bit of the road. Put this bit here. And then I can delete this and do that. And now all of those should be active. And I have these little slabs of highway to help them move. I think Marek would be proud of me. I think I have cracked it. I think that this is the best that a reasonably stupid person could do. I am content with this attempt. We need to fix this. We need to fix the rain stopping. This is why I disabled weather. Because even though I love it so much, it has too many bugs that need to be ironed out and the settings need to be implemented. And I don't have the time. I don't have the time. You've seen what happens when I try to devote myself to a change. I write 3,000 lines of code, 2,000 of which is AI, which still needs a review. And then it still needs a lot of work and isn't ready for when I try to showcase it. So, you know, I want to do things, but there's no time. There's no time. We're going to have to, you know, 2035. 2035 is the goal. We're going to get it all sorted, I promise. I have just so many ideas for things, and new ideas and great contributions just keep happening all the time. People message me with really tremendous ideas. They promote them on Discord. They send them in through every conceivable method of communication. I get pigeons. I get, you know, what they're called, homing pigeons. With papyruses full of great ideas and bug reports, and I just don't have time to do them. I just don't. So, you know, I do my best. I do my best, but there's stuff to do. There's workload that's waiting for a better time, a more organized person, more coders. I'd love to be able to have a look at least half of small improvements that I have on my list, and this is a mental list which keeps you know, changing all the time as I forget stuff. But here's a couple of things that are on my mental list that I don't think are written down anywhere, and I just remember them when I play and then I forget about it. You know what, let's pull up a text editor and let's get at least a few of them written down, because I can't just abandon them. Let me slow down the pace of the game, pull up the notepad, get into the desktop version there. Okay, so number 1 on my list was change pathing of figures when a building is being hovered on terrain. So figures avoid the, if possible, avoid the ghost of a building. So that is supposed to help you when you're trying to put an arena down and a bunch of immigrants keep walking through your path and you're like, get away, I'm trying to place an arena. So what they should do is they should just go around it. I have a better... You can't have a better idea. I didn't even finish explaining that one. Fairbuy. There's no better idea. I'm keen to listen. I would love to listen, but this... Okay, that's one. 2, true windowed full screen. Which means allow the mouse to leave the screen. So when you have the game on, I don't even have full screen enabled right now, but it is full screen. You know what happens is I can't move my mouse out of the screen; it gets blocked. I have another screen on the left here, and I have another screen underneath here, but I can't move the mouse out. What I have to do is I have to do an Alt Tab so that the game is no longer focused, and only now, watch. Whee! Now my cursor can leave. So this is the next thing that I wanted to do. Third, but also connected to that. I forgot. I already forgot. Allow placing buildings on top of walkers, but it just turns into brown ground if a walker is in the way. Walkers then will almost to avoid that ground, but walkers already on it will be allowed to finish crossing it. Possible, but this requires another state of a building, and building states are very buggy, which I have found out with the repair tool. I think it would be genuinely easier to just make the figures. Your idea genuinely might be better, but my approach is easier to implement, at least for me, because what happens right now, you know how sheep move out of their way when you try to place a building? Like there's a function in the code literally called move heads. Formation move heads away. This is literally a function that runs and tries to move a formation of sheep or, I don't know, deer, zebras, whatever you have, out of the way for your building. You know the code better. It's I have put an extensive amount of hours into it recently. And I can't forget that I still have iron to provide to Trajan, who needs to get his expectations checked, because this is unreasonable, my man. And warehouse, you know what? I just snap it here. Sure. Well, just that in a moment. So that music. There was something about music. See, this is the problem. If I don't write it down, I just genuinely forget. I had like 4 or 5 things in my head. Then I started writing the first one, I forgot. So, moving on. If I remember them, I'll add them. It's a downside of being blessed with defunct ADHD brain. Enemies are still closing. Barracks. It doesn't seem like there's a particular place that I'm going to have to target with those. There's probably going to be some weapons industry here at some point, so I can't just do this and I'll be fine. Shut up. Have a gift. This, okay. Oh, this is very important. Great, I'm glad I remember that. Gifts highlight the selected chosen gift. Because what happens at the moment is you click and it just updates here that dispatch, generous, modest, lavish. It's barely noticeable. I would just leave that highlight on after it's clicked. Or give it a border, something. I'll figure it out. Give him a lavish gift. So, where are the invasion points? Not here, at least for now, probably. They could be coming from... Ooh, that's a chance to do a repair tool. It is a chance to use a repair tool. Whoop. Did you like the animation? Because I was very, very, very proud of the animation, of that little cloud of plum of smoke that happens when you repair a building. Because when I first did it, they just appeared, and I was happy with the proficiency, but then I thought, something's missing. Buildings don't just appear like that. It looks silly. And then I had a look at someone in another place. I had a look at what happens when a building collapses, and there was a function called missile send plum of smoke or something among these lines, right? And I was like, hey, this might be useful for this bit. You love it? Oh, thank you. I'm very glad. It makes me really happy. So, I think that this is the only invasion... Oh, there's another one here. If Fairbuy generously obeys by the established convention of exposed edges invasion points, which I sure hope it does, then I can only be attacked. Pot. Shut up. Said it already once, I'll say it again. I am not impressed by your path. Oh, another one. Great, just remembered. So, the request ready check only happens on the first day of the month. Change it to be triggered by the count. So there's a count that happens on a sidebar, and it checks your resources constantly and updates here. So when you are ready to send a request, you will get a prompt, but only if it's the first of the month. If it's any other day, you don't get a prompt. It just enables the button here. So that needs to be changed, and it can either be, you can either change the frequency, or you can make it triggered by the sidebar. And I think that this getting that triggered by a sidebar is not a very elegant, but a very practical solution. So that's what I wanted to do. It's especially annoying with food, because food gets constantly, like, it's in a rotation all the time. So if you miss like one tick when you have the right amount of food, you're cooked. And I don't like that. I think it would be better if we, you know, you got the resources, the game stops, gives you a prompt, hey, you're ready to send. I'd like that. It makes sense that they come from the northern side of the river. Damn. You know what? You're not gonna like that. But I would suggest that you switch to the new earlier maps of Europe for the time. It's gonna have a river then. But what I can do for you is I can help you adjust the Empire XML file, because all of these positions would be outdated. So when I'm doing the next update to the Empire editor, I'll look into it, okay? Because I didn't know that the river's here. I know that the Danube is generally somewhere here, and I know it goes for like Bulgaria, Romania, Austro-Hungary, which is a country that still exists. But you know, I don't know. I don't know exactly. It's not shown here. That would be really neat. Yeah, we need to start moving on to new maps. Aldi did an absolutely phenomenal, stellar job with those. They look great, and they are massive, which I think is neat, because those maps, the old ones, they feel very like claustrophobic. I see it's a thing of the engine as well. I look at this and all of those flags, they all move in sync, which makes it feel like so much older. Like every single one of them like waves in the exact same pace, the exact same frames, and especially when you see them all at once, it just feels so stale. So one thing for me to do, desynchronize those flags so they don't move like that, and also switch it to a bigger map, because those hundreds of cities that you've put so much effort into mapping, they are going to waste at the moment, because I am, you know, not getting that much information from it, and I'm only looking at the sidebar most of the time. So we need to do something about that, but I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Okay, we are going to be schooling those. I would like, so if they are going to be coming from either here or here, regardless of which side they eventually come from, they're going to have to, yeah, they're going to have to cross through this bit, I think. So if they come here, if they come from here, is there even a way through? There is. Okay, there's a way through. Great. So eventually they're going to have to come through here, and this looks like an excellent place to set up some patrols. Probably eventually we'll swap it out for farms. But does not have to happen immediately. Right? There's time for changes, and there's time for oh, I have no idea what I'm just rambling. What I was trying to say is, even if I place those watchtowers here right now, I can move them later if needed. It doesn't. I'm not married to this position. What I am married to, or who I am married to, is my wonderful wife. I love you. Okay, a couple more rariums. I would like to start importing marbles soon, because it's time to get some oracles in. But I have to get the economy under control first. So I am getting a lot of food. Those wolves are doing God's work. Let's look at the efficiency. There, ooh. 180, 174, 189, 150, 100, 120. Oh, lovely. Not a single one under 100. That's amazing. Well done, me. Couldn't be asked to use the new one for this minor update. Understandable. Understandable. What is gonna happen is we're gonna get 4.5 of the starting blocks. We're gonna get it up in the air like it's an F-22 Raptor, and then we're gonna yell at every single map maker, "Update your maps! Update your maps! There's a new update! Get events! Do things! Right now!" Looks very bad, but we are in debt, and beggars can't be choosers, right? So it's fine for the moment. I mean, it's not fine, but it's gonna have to do, because I don't have any other way to do. These, they another one. 5 barracks priorities to be set in settings and to allow order instead of one focus. So for example, Legio 1, Towers 2, Watchtowers 3, yada 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 yada. Right? Wouldn't that be nice? Watchtower. How are we doing? September. It's most of wood, but we are really struggling with the wine. I think it's production that's falling behind. I think I actually need to increase the yield. Careful, careful. When I could start exporting iron. Okay, okay, okay. We need to get out of that, and then we'll be in a very good position. I hope. I think it looks like it would. So my next step, what I would like to achieve next, is open one of those routes, because that will allow me to not only export wine, but import marble, and also export pottery in extraordinary quantities for some reason. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll get some pottery going. Entertainment. This is a very common thing in maps, which I actually like. I think it's a good one. That a lot of maps with a slightly higher difficulty tend to not allow theatres or amphitheatres, which are obviously very overpowered, and instead tend to give the option of either tavern or arena. What I would like to do is I would like to take the negative desirability effect of the tavern, because I just don't think that it does much except lower the priority of tavern, which is already pretty low. Tavern is nobody's first choice, because not only it requires resources, it doesn't boost desirability. It does have a very strong aspect in the fact that it provides a lot of entertainment points. Oh, he is furious. He is furious. But it's a new year, new us. We should be able to get out of them at some point, right? At some point. Would be great to get rid of those wolves. Ooh, soon. There we go. Gonna be fighting in the rain. What if we do it like this? So this will make the fight in the rain. It would be lovely if the rain just didn't stop every time I select a tool. Then it would be I would be over the moon. Because it even stops if you select the Legion. That's not good. That is not good. Let's see. It's gonna be an epic combat. Oh, we're already getting rid of the wolves. I didn't want to do that, but I think it might be time. Oh no, it's actually getting good. All of the caravans are now getting stocked, so I don't think I need to export fish just yet. These are fast boys. The fast boys are coming. The fast boys are here. Fast boys have outrun me. No! You were not supposed to do that. Uh-oh. Well, I'm very glad that I have the repair tool, because this is gonna be a tough invasion. It is not going good. And Caesar is upset as well. Please. Okay. So the idea of okay, I love the repair tool. And these guys will not let me. Oh, a lot of things have happened, so let's slow down. So these guys, I need to disappear them, because if a figure is in the place, you won't be able to repair a building. I don't know how I feel about that. It's just a requirement at the moment. Maybe we'll find a way around it, maybe not. Slow archers are slow. Indeed they are. I should have just put them here. I wanted to outsmart myself by putting them elsewhere. Unemployment is on the rise. And we are barely getting by in terms of money. And Caesar is getting pissed off. So can I increase the increase my profits without opening new routes? Yes. Yes, I can. What I can do is I can build some furniture workshops. Right? Yeah, right. So like this. Four of those. Will they provide 15 a year? I think so. I think even more. I think I'll have a surplus. We'll see. Eight weapons. It is not going to be very easy to plan this all out spatially. I feel like the space is a little challenging. I need to reset the orders. Right. This is important. This is the bug. It's been rebuilt. There are now 2 buildings in that storage array. What resolves this problem is saving and loading. Time for bed for Fairbuy. Good luck with the mission. Thank you very much. I am really enjoying this. I think I'm gonna stay on for another hour or so, so maybe you can watch the VOD if you want to tomorrow. But I'd like to complete this map on stream fully, so even at the point where I stop tonight, I'll pick it up next time. I'd like to find some time to stream again this week. That'd be nice. Fix storage, and you just load fix storage, and then the storage is fixed. Sucks. I need to find the solution for that. I thought I got rid of this problem, but it keeps reappearing. So I obviously must have done something wrong in one of the fixes that I applied. Oh shit!
You will mock Caesar no more.
What happened? Okay. Now that is going to be a big problem. It's going to be a very big problem. I have genuinely no plan that works on very hard difficulty to get Caesar to abandon his idea of destroying me. I don't have any. I don't know. It feels like it's not really possible. Or at least I don't know the strategy to get my favor up to a level at which he would stop trying to kill me. Which means we are going to have to depend on the good old brute strength. And luring them into tremendously difficult position. Let's set up a gatehouse here to ensure that when the Caesar's legions come, they try. No, come here, guys, come here. Wait, maybe I can still stop them. I can still cheat the faith. Look. Wall. Palisade. Even palisade will do. Look. Yeah? Oop. They'll reach the palisade and turn around and go back the way that they were supposed to be. Now, technically, the city is saved. This is gonna be a difficult one. Okay. So, the favor is at 15. Nowhere near getting the invasion to stop. These guys were supposed to be buying stuff. Oh, I need to move this here as well. If I just do it like this, will this suffice? Yes, it will. Excellent. Accept wine. And do it like this. Same here, do it like this. Lovely. So now, all I need to do is I need to move that bloody wine out of this into the other warehouse. Yeah. Warehouse 3 to warehouse 10. This. This is exporting. That's lovely. And we have some weapons ready. Great. Yes, that is fine. Just set up the weapons here and store. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. I'm not saying for sure. I am very confused. But I will try, you know. I'll try my best. Note this. I probably shouldn't be spending money so willy-nilly in this case. Also, Plaza. Fairbuy, I know you're gone. No plazas. No plazas here. Plazas shouldn't be allowed in this scenario. Makes it too easy. We're not gonna use plaza until... Tell you what. I'm gonna build the first plaza after I get the second triumphal arch. That's the condition that I'm gonna put on myself. People are coming in. The trade seems to be stock. Right. Too many timber yards. Overproducing timber. Underproducing furniture. So add another furniture shop here. 2 even. Let's go. Send some gifts towards Caesar Way. You know what? I think I would like a little change of music. However much I adore Caesar's soundtrack, it does get repetitive a bit, believe it or not. The fact that there's only 5 tracks does get to you at some point. So every now and then I like to mix up some other music, but I don't really play with completely different genres of music. I usually try to keep it to like ancient fantasy vibe, ideally. If not, then at least like ancient or at least fantasy. You know what goes hard? Lord of the Rings ambience soundtrack, which is there's full of playlists like that on YouTube. That goes hard. And the Legion is here, and my favor is 14. I am screwed, and I have not prepared. Is this reset? Is this cooked already? It's absolutely donzo. Holy hell. 3 legions. There's no way to beat that. Oh, okay. Well, there's some bug again with... Oh yeah, added to the list. Added to the list 6. Debug Trajan's Bridge to find out why can't restart. It's probably something with how badly I have again unpacked everything. We need a consistent what is it called? Framework for downloading maps, campaigns, and assets and stuff, because I feel like it's a little inconsistent at the moment. If I drop it into the community here, no, that's that's not. If I drop it into here, maybe. Restart, replay. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. I'll check it. Actually, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Individual story. Let's go to the mines. That's very loud, that Titan Quest soundtrack. Apologies. Let me turn it down a bit. Is that good? Can you guys hear me? I'm not going to hear anyone complain. I'm just going to assume that you can't hear me, so you don't have to speak up. It's okay. This is a chill stream. The loud men are gone. You are safe in my hands. Repeat. That's not that. Let's have a look. So let's search for restart or repeat. Restart. And exclude external. Exclude external. There, okay. Scroll, Augustus. Please restart the game. Main menu, mission dialogue. So that should be... Okay, we're gonna track it down. Let's go to the top menu. And in the top menu... menu, file, replay map. Clear state, pop-up, confirmation. And after this happens, replay map confirmed. Campaign is active. Okay. File, game file, start scenario by name, scenario name. Where does it look for it? Scenario name, scenario in... Don't know. Start scenario, map X, scenario name. Get scenario file, start scenario. Path location scenario is 4. This is not easy to find this, but I don't know where it's looking for it. Okay. Let's check whether it gets here. No, it doesn't get here in the code. I just ran a repeat and it didn't reach this stage in the code. So let me go back a few. Replay map confirmed. There. If I do this, and oh, it's showing Augustus now in the corner. Good. When I play replay, it still doesn't trigger this breakpoint. Oh, I think I launched the game without debugging on accident. The keys are right next to each other. See how it immediately restarted the music? Something happens with the config. Another thing to look into. Yet another. There, now it triggered a breakpoint. Great. Confirmed. Campaign is active. And here, the scenario name. Is it the scenario name that is faulty? No. This is correct. So, this doesn't trigger, this doesn't trigger, and this doesn't trigger. This should. Okay, what the file name is then? Trajan. Ooh. So there's a problem somewhere here. The file name is getting expanded to... No. That editor came out of nowhere. It's not easy. Yeah. Enable tool. Let's try again. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Here. Here. Yes. Again. Here. And let's dig into those. It keeps expanding to Trajan's Bridge editor for some reason. I wonder if Fairbuy knows anything about it. File name. Is that my fault then? I think something got a wee bit corrupted on Fairbuy's side. I think. So what I'm expecting to happen is I'm gonna let this play now. And it worked. Yeah, it worked. It worked because I added a new file with the name editor. But I think what's gonna happen is that if I go into console and into the custom events, the bridge across the Danube. Bridge across the Danube. I do not know. I don't know. We would really benefit from having a mapmaker on board right now. Because I don't really know where that kind of information will be stored here. There's no custom variables. Fairbuy did everything by hand. What an absolute legend. If I go into the data, no, I don't think that there's a way for me to check that at the moment. I'd just wrinkle my brain. So let's return to the city. We did manage to restart it. Let's try again, okay? Let's do our best. So, this spot, I like it. This spot is good. So let me stick with that. I'm going to stick with my guts here. And I am going to repeat the pattern that I did the first time around. Let's do it like this. I think this should serve the purpose nicely there. You know, guys, what? I think it would be lovely if we could get a composer to get some new tracks for Augustus. Maybe it is a very ambitious dream, and I had recently I recently had to explain to someone that their very ambitious idea for joining Augustus with Mountain Blade Bannerlords is a very far-fetched idea that has plenty of flaws in the conception. Proposed implementation has issues with copyright and a whole list of reasons why it's near impossible or straight up impossible. And now look at me here. Going around saying, why don't we get a composer to compose new tracks for Augustus? Maybe that's also a very far-fetched dream. But I think it would be lovely. I know that there are very talented freelancers who do this kind of work for a living. And you can hire them on, websites like Fiverr, for example. I don't know how eager the team would be to pitch in actual money to hire an outsider to get something like that done, where all of us also provide high quality skilled labor, like making graphical assets, coding, doing community management, server hosting, all of that stuff, and we do that for free out of passion and love for the game. So probably it wouldn't be a popular idea to pay someone to do it, but maybe, just maybe, there is a composer out there who would like to contribute their amazing talents and honed skills to the project voluntarily. If you know someone who composes music, get in touch. It would be cool. It would be absolutely amazing if we could even get one new song, one new sound, one new loopable soundtrack added. I think that would blow people's minds. I am very easily impressed. And sometimes when I see art that people do, I go, holy shit. That must have taken ages. And I go, I don't know, it took me an afternoon. I go, what? It's phenomenal. So maybe I am a bit over the top in that matter, but it's nice to dream, right? There's nothing bad about dreaming. I need to investigate the config. It annoys me that it resets when I recompile the project. It's probably something rather trivial. And it's probably a fault of how I set up my my scripts. I could probably store config elsewhere and copy it over for a script, but I need to investigate why it happens in the first place, because I am quite unimpressed by constantly restarting config that changes my settings. Don't love it. What can I say? Not a fan. Asshole. So Fairbuy really wanted to limit the space here. Do I respect that, or do I try and crack it? Am I gonna respect that? I'll respect that. Okay. Do it like this. Enable fish. Clear some land. It's a peaceful time. It's a peaceful time, both in the scenario and in the music and the vibe. I have made peace with the fact that the PR that I've been working on is buggy as all hell and requires a lot of work to fix. I am at peace with that. I'm gonna try and do it tomorrow. Today, I'm going to forget about it. Just listen. See, sometimes my Polish accent comes out in the least expected moments. Sometimes it just makes me start speak, or just like I miss a word and I say listen instead of listen. it's a cliche. It's a cliche that people lose their skills in the languages that they don't hone, and so they call themselves bilingual because they said bi to both languages. I know it's a cliche, but it does feel like that. It genuinely feels like at some point I have lost an ability to speak in both of those languages. There are holes in my English. There are concepts that I have only ever known in Polish, and it makes it very difficult for me to talk about those concepts and themes and subjects in English. There are certain words that only exist in Polish, and I got very used to them. And there are there's obviously the opposite is also true. There are concepts and subjects that I have only ever known in English, and when I try to talk about them in Polish, I go completely blank. I do not have any necessary vocabulary, and I feel very silly. So it's true for both, but I think it takes a lot of practice to be truly bilingual, and I strive to achieve that. But at the same time, I get very lazy sometimes. I get very lazy and I switch languages in the middle of a sentence at a drop of a hat because something just... I can't remember one word or one concept. I feel like I can say one sentence in a different language, and then I just completely switch the language in the middle of a thought. Now, obviously, that doesn't happen when I'm in a single language environment. I don't randomly start speaking Polish when I'm talking to my English co-workers, and I don't suddenly start speaking English when I'm talking to my parents who are Polish. But when I talk to bilingual people who are quite adept in both languages and can excuse my laziness, or well, if they can excuse my behavior and they are not upset by the fact that I switch languages, then I do that all the time. I do that all the time with my wife. I do that all the time with my sister. It's a funny thing. It's a funny thing, but it is embarrassing for me. I do feel like I should do better. I should, but then I forget, and I have other priorities, and okay, whatever. We'll deal with that. It's not a big deal that I forgot a word for table in Polish and I started speaking English. Nobody cares. But I should care. I should care because I do want to do better and be better. Doo-doo. Okay. Start moving those fish. Is it those fish or fishes? I think it's those fish because we are not talking about multiple types. We are talking about multiple units. So I think it's those fish, like with sheep, That's totally what I think. Let's have a look-see. So that granary slightly out of the way. I like that. It's fine. So let's set a market. Let's get some fish going in here. Right. Now, I have started feeding my population, which I should not do. Beginner's mistake. I should play a tutorial, perhaps. Perhaps some Governors Academia. Wink, wink. But before I start feeding my populace, I should set up some industry at least. What we did last time with the wood. Okay, so I think I can stick with that, with the wood being one of the main imports, but I would like to move that perhaps here. Perhaps here. How about timber yards 1, 2, 3? Paw. You got through those funds quickly. Yes, I know, old man. Get with the times. I don't want to be overproducing, so let's just start with 5. Let's start with 5 timber yards. Let's get a warehouse. See here, why not? Historical trivia. We've already read this historical trivia. See, again, I am already in debt. It's not. I'm doing something wrong, definitely. I don't know why. I don't know what exactly. But something's amiss. Something's amiss. Okay, let's open those 2 routes again. Start exporting timber, and let's start exporting wine. That is going to put us in 2,500 debt. That's not good at all. That is actually pretty horrid. So let's start immediately exporting fish as well. As if I have learned anything from the playthrough that we just played right before I got obliterated by Caesar's forces, is that the trade quota for fish decreases soon. Quite quickly, actually. So let's utilize it while we can. Let's set that to export. Whoop. And let's watch it unravel. I know a lot of people switch between speeds rapidly and frequently. I don't regularly do that. I don't want the traverse key here. Do like this, and enable timber here. Okay. I don't really do that. I tend to just run at a certain speed for a long time. But sometimes where I'm anxious that I will not be able to get out of that, I do crank up the speed and just watch the number try and crawl out of the red. Okay, we can at least satisfy a request for timber immediately as it pops up, which is phenomenal. Did you guys notice that there are buttons now to send the goods immediately after the request comes to you? I think that's neat. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are making money. So let's start distributing food. Keeping the population in check. But developing. That's what we're gonna try and do. We can already set up the iron mines. No harm in that. No. People are immigrating. We are making money. Everything seems well. Barracks? Yeah, I think it is the time for barracks. And we are ready for the iron request right off the bat. And it is because I am not playing this blind. I feel like a cheat. Or was it not great, not terrible? I know. That's what they say. Okay. We have 2,000. It's time to set up some forts. So the first time around, I went with 2 forts of bows. And that didn't quite work because the enemies turned out to be slightly more agile than I thought. And I didn't manage to catch them before they got to my town and wreaked havoc. So this time around, we are still going to use bows. I really like bows. But we are also get some horses, you know? Because if the cultures here are mounted archers, we have to have a way to catch up. if they try to outrun us. Now, some will tell you that that's an inefficient waste of resources. And while they might be right, it doesn't make them right. No, that's not how the saying goes. That's something else, though. Well, they might be correct. That doesn't make them right. I think that's the one. Look at those horses go. Oh. I literally just organized a festival for Mars, and this is how he repays me. With a bloody insurrection. Ah, it's not good. But we have horses. So if we utilize the charge... Oh, I think the charge doesn't work until the Legion is full. And the immigration. This is very, very, very dangerous. Why are the moods so low? Why are the moods so low? People are coming. I think it's just an outdated thingy. Oh, now they're charging. Good. And look at them catch up. And dispose of those bloody natives. Okay. We have massive unemployment, and we need to do something about that. But it seems like I finally managed to set up more or less stable economy, which in this economy is a great success. Get it? You know, people complain about the economy and they say, in this economy, yada yada yada. Well, I flip it on its head, and I say, I established a working economy in this economy. We have fun on this channel. And we adjust some rows. Okay. It could be the time right now to set up the sea trade, since we have both unemployment and funds. Yeah. That's what we will do. Let's get this one started. No working dock. We can't do it. We can't do it without getting into debt, because I haven't replaced the bridge yet. So I've just wasted a bit of money. Ooh la la. Okay, what are we doing? Export iron and get some weapons. We could do an armory here. I really quite enjoy this track. It's very peaceful. It reminds me of The Witcher a bit. The Witcher 3 soundtrack, I should specify. It sounds a bit like Skellige. With its extensive use of string instruments. It's just violin. Just a lot of violin, but it's very cool. Sounds nice. I am afraid of the invasion that is about to happen and envelop my territory. I do not feel prepared for it. Maybe if I do this and set the goal for Watchman, maybe that will help. In the meanwhile, let's dispose of those wolves. I do have Hukin's replacement for sounds with a loud fanfare, but it doesn't seem to always trigger. If I select the cleanup formation, seems like a different sound plays, so there's some inconsistencies here to be examined. Recalling also doesn't trigger a sound. That's strange. I thought it would. Okay, so dealing with unemployment at least. But we are almost about to end in red again. Oh no, it went off. Okay. The favor is doing decently. Is it going to drop at the end of the year? Very slightly. I do wonder why it dropped. Okay, maybe I will lower my salary. But genuinely, I am not sure why the favor is dropping in this case. I haven't examined the mechanisms thoroughly. I just know more or less. But it seems like, for example, lowering your salary doesn't seem to increase the favor as reliably as I'd think it would. It seems like the new granary setup has decreased the efficiency of some of the wharves here, because I had about 180 here. However, this new setup has increased the efficiency of these wharves. Oh, and they're also still curbed by the fact that the granary oftentimes remains completely full. So what I am going to do about it is I'm going to set up another granary, which is going to be on the way for the trade center. Or maybe not even a granary, maybe I'll make it a warehouse. Because we've got the money now. Let's put ship bridge here. Legions are crossing the Danube, and so are my enemies. Which is not excellent. I'm going to try and approach it from a different perspective now. I'm going to send the horses immediately to go and find their mark and try to dispose of the enemies. And whoever makes it through the horses and gets into this little narrow strait is going to have to deal with both the watchtowers and the bows at the same time. And I'm hoping that this will discourage them from progressing into my city. Please do not use this bridge. I would rather no one did. Let's put a palisade on both ends. Palisade also needs an adjustment. I just remembered. So palisade is inconsistent in regards to how... move out of the way, birds. Birds. Please. Oh my days, I'm sorry, I got so upset about the birds that I completely lost the plot. I forgot what I was doing and talking about. Okay, the bridge is done. A palisade. Palisade needs an adjustment. It has a few bugs. And it has an inconsistency where if you place a palisade, you can't put a road through it to create a gate. The only way to create a palisade gate is to set up a road and put palisade on top of it, which isn't how it works for all the other gates. So, hello. Someone needs to take care of that. Okay, there's spare money. Time to get the ball rolling on the sea trade. Let's start with one. Weapons, yes, sure. Oh, I think that the decrease of quota is directly tied to building a dock for an active. I think the check there is for an active dock. That's my hypothesis at the moment. So how are we doing on the exports? We need to export more wine. We are definitely overproducing wine. So let's set up a car depot and let's transport some of that wine to this warehouse and see if we can sell it. Sell it for some profit. From number 2 to number 7. Do we need 2 of those car depots? No, I think 1 is more than enough. And any money that's left after that, I'd like to spend that on the highway. Another car depot here to move the weapons. So let's set up a second dock. Now these should be quite efficient, I think, in terms of how quickly the dockers would get from the dock to the warehouse, because here you only got 1, 2 tiles and you're here, and here you can have up to 3 tiles. Docks are a bit capricious like that. Not much I can do about it. This should be working fine. Are any of the sea trade keen to buy fish? They are not. That is a rare one, to be selling fish by sea, right? I feel like it almost never happens. I don't recall any scenario where you would sell fish by sea. Or just by maritime trade, I should say. It's misleadingly labelled sea everywhere. But what are we doing right now in this scenario? This is not sea trade. It's river trade. So it is maritime indeed, but not sea. Not at all. Alright. Exporting this, exporting that. A few weapons could be sold this way. Let's move them out from warehouse 6 to warehouse 8, I suppose it is. Yes, it is. To warehouse 8. Let's do it always. And here, let's get rid of all of those except for the armory and Caesar. So we'd like this warehouse to be available for only those 2 purposes. Now, mining is not going well. Don't have many spots. We're gonna have to rethink that approach. But at the moment we are again overproducing timber. So let's set up some more industry. How are we doing on the unemployment? We only got 3 people looking for a job. So an arena to provide. Why would I bother with an arena? Why would I bother with an arena when I have a perfectly capable wine industry, right? I got wine, I'm making wine. Why wouldn't we leverage that? I say, oh, and this warehouse is also cursed. Okay, some problems are already surfacing in my approach. I have made the trade a bit too messy. It's a bit too messy. So trying to tackle too many things at once. Okay, first of all, I am overproducing vines as in comparison to wine. So I need to crank up my wine production. So let's set up a few new workshops. Let's make a road here. That should take care of that, and the production of wine should be now slightly more balanced. Oh, also, I do not need these trees anymore. I've gotten rid of the wolves that were in this area, and I can unlock it now and utilize it, which is excellent. So now that we have established this, we need to take care of that trade center that I have mentioned in the previous attempt. And I'd like to do it here. So let's start setting up the warehouses that are going to be used for the purpose of this trade center. I'd like them to be neatly parallel where possible, you know, just for the aesthetics of it. There. So these, I'd like them to be available only to Caesar, work camp, and caravans. And everywhere else, I'd only like Caesar to be able to take from. Yep. This way, all of the trade coming by land should funnel through this area and get onto the bridge. Get onto the bridge, lads. Where are they off to? Oh, here. Nope. We are no longer selling iron. I guess that's where we arrived. Okay. Wine production should speed up now. It's time to supply the taverns and evolve this block. And we are going to achieve that. No, don't like that. Oh my god, that's very loud. It's Diablo 2 ambience now. Let's get... That's relaxing. Okay, so we should be able to put a highway here, there. Now that has inevitably connected these two, so let's disjoin them. And let's set this up to get wine in quantity of up to 12. And let's allow only the taverns here for the moment and Caesar. And I'm going to set up a cart depot to transport the wine there, so there's no need to set up getting wine from warehouse 2 to warehouse 14. Although I will set up getting here because that will mean that this warehouse is slightly deprioritized when it comes to request and event staking. I was supposed to also set up furniture industry, but everything in its own time. Tavern. And tavern. Could do it here. It's unconventional, but it works. Right? If it's unconventional, but it works, then there's nothing to worry about. I have to do a shout out. I can't remember who is the author, but it's easy to find on Nexus. I should actually credit them properly. If you bear with me just a second. There's a mod which is essentially remastered videos for Caesar Free. There's not a lot that's done to them, but there's it's basically post-processing. Bear with me just a moment. Restored cinematics for Caesar 3 is the thing, and it's not on Nexus mods. It's on ModDB. The author of this is Belagy AG. I'll post a link to chat. If anyone doesn't have that yet, I strongly recommend it. This person has restored the cinematics from the original 90s release, upped the FPS, and used AA post-processing to smooth out some of the edges. So they just look like the same old cinematics, but it just in higher quality. Everything is a bit better. The frame is a bit better. The resolution is a bit better. It's not like they have been remade, just remastered. And I think it's wonderful. Everything that breathes a bit of life into this game is extremely welcome. So I have so much appreciation for everyone who works on any kind of improvements to this lovely game. Whether it's working directly on Augustus, whether it's working on Julius, whether it's creating maps, artwork, mods like that, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing that after so many years, we are still able to enhance this experience, to do something. And it's that simple premise of this game continues to thrive. The what's called the game loop is just so rewarding, so fun, that everyone who touches it seems to like it and enjoy the experience that it brings, and I think that's wonderful. And everyone who contributes to keeping this game, this experience, because I keep thinking that I shouldn't say Augustus or this project because it points directly to Augustus, and Augustus is just a fork of Julius. It's just the way that Augustus is the project that is most developing, that is actually changing regularly, while some other things are more aimed at preserving the experience of the game for future generations, or just for future use. Something like restoring the cinematics, that doesn't enhance it necessarily, but it preserves it. It does enhance it in a way that you get the better quality, but it's just meant to make it at least as decent looking from the technical perspective as those videos did look in 90s. So I find it to be more targeted at preservation, which is why I often refer to Augustus as the leading project in expanding and developing. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to get rid of that what's it called? The pattern of behaviors. The price rise for weapons. Okay, that's good. We can make a few more bucks on that. I have no idea what I was talking about. I got lost again. I was just saying that I tremendously appreciate everyone who works on the projects aimed at preserving and expanding the experience of Caesar, and I think that it's wonderful that we have these communities, people trying to keep this game alive. And I do regret that we don't have more content creators. I know that some people would immediately protest and say, well, we have Zach, we have Sarjuk, we have a few other people from that part of the community, but it's not the they provide a sizable community, but there are not many creators themselves, you know. So despite Zach bringing in so many people to the game and showing off our mods, our changes, our hard work to so many people, I just wish that there were more creators doing that, you know, even on a small scale, because especially when looking for direction in changes, I feel like we are in a little bit of an echo chamber, where there's to give you some perspective of the numbers, and I'm sorry that I've paused the game for a moment. To give you the perspective on the numbers, we have more than 3,000 people who are following Augustus on GitHub. That's crazy to me, because GitHub is such an unwieldy platform for regular players. It's a platform meant for developers, you know, software developers, people who GitHub is absolutely stellar at providing a platform for development, but it's not a community. It doesn't really enable that. So it's crazy to me that the Augustus has over 3,000 followers on GitHub, because that means that at least 3,000 people have not only downloaded Augustus, but are interested in its development. Because why else would you follow it on GitHub, right? You only follow that to get that to your frequently to your shortcuts and repositories, so you can frequently check that site. So there's at least 3,000 people who are looking for regular updates, or are on the lookout for updates to Augustus. And yet, when we discuss changes and when we look at the development, you know, we have a handful of people who are contributing ideas for the development, who are requesting changes and reporting. So I would be delighted if we had more content creators, people to follow, and, you know, even if they have a very small following, even if they're not experienced, if they're just enjoying doing something, playing the game, making maps, whatever, I think it would be lovely. So I'd be over the moon if we had more content creators. Not everyone has to make a job out of it, right? Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. It's like the scene from The Room. I did not hit them. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Back for a second. Anything new? Just the RC has 5k plus downloads, so there are more than that surely for Augustus. Yeah, exactly. I think you can pull a download count somehow. Yeah, Crudelius could do that. Crudelius could pull the download counter, but it's not on GitHub directly. We only have a link in the repo, but the actual file is stored on Crudelius' personal server. So the link that you click to download the latest unstable literally downloads it from Crudelius' laptop. So the download count is something that he could access from the server, the probably Apache server that is running on his laptop. No, I think it's better if it's a mystery. But even the restored cinematics have been downloaded 7,000 times. So, you know, there's a lot of those are probably multiple downloads. I have personally downloaded RC at least 5 times. So, you know, it doesn't mean that there's 5,000 people who have played it. There's probably a lot of people who have re-downloaded it for whatever reason. But still, we can definitely count that the community is at least 1,000 strong. So I'm surprised that there isn't more small content creators. Or maybe I just can't find them. Maybe I don't see them. Maybe it's time to start looking for them. Maybe they are there, but they're just not getting involved in the discussions that we are setting up on Discord. Maybe they participate in the community some other way. It would just be... I think we need to have a look at some better way to integrate everyone into the discussion who is interested. Marek says, yeah, you could assume that at least 1/3 of it are re-downloads, and there are other channels. If you haven't looked, then you don't know about them, obviously. That's a very fair point. I haven't been on the lookout for them. So yeah, I am ignorant in that matter, definitely. What I'm also, the other matter that I'm ignorant in is why am I not making more money? What is going on there? So I am selling enough wine. I've fulfilled the quota for the, oh, I know what's happening. I am, oh, please. Why would you do this to me at this time? Well, the problems are a couple-fold. First of all, time to start increasing the weapons production and selling more weapons, but also time to set up a cart depot to get the iron out and exporting. And also, this is not working, and I'm bloody surprised why nothing is happening when I have literally disabled every way of exporting. And then I started rumbling about something else. And the trade collapsed. No surprises. Small forces necessary soon. I think it would be good to set up some legionnaires then. The legionnaires are tremendously efficient in sorting out distant battles. So I'll have some time. Production of furniture also needs to commence. Is it enough to just plop a few workshops here? I need at least 15 a year. So I think 5. I might then be short on timber. Let's experiment. Just like Fairbuy said, we'll do it by feel. We'll figure it out. So the timber is now getting here and should be getting exported. There's absolutely no point in exporting fish or wheat at the moment. It would only distract us from our purpose. Gold. Gold. I'm gonna need more people. I'm gonna need many more people. Many more people. The entertainment is not reaching this little outlet. It should be. Well, they'll get there in time. Is it time to set up houses on the outside of this? It is not possible. I can only set them up here. Or I can move the temples. That's also an idea. Those four. If there is easy clay, it could have been good to early insular taxes, but that is some serious debt. Yeah. That's my problem. That's my biggest problem. I get into debt. But hopefully the debt will resolve soon and is just an effect of completely forgetting about re-enabling all of the warehouses for trade. I have not good. This is getting a bit messy. But that's fine. How would I like to approach this? So I need to start getting the wine. I can either enable... I think I can just do that. At this point, I don't think it's a big loss to enable this warehouse for caravans. It's not a big... what's it called? When you get off your route. It's not a big detour. It's not a big detour to do that. My name is Addis. Now I'd like to at least have a full legion of legionnaires before I send them off. I was supposed to be moving that iron. Yep. Export this. Industry is on. Export. And am I exporting iron? Yes. Okay. Okay, here's to hoping. Just like that, they have decreased the trading with us. So rude. So the delta of unemployment is getting smaller and smaller, but the debt is still there, and he is pissed, and Trajan is not happy with the quality of service that is being provided. This will give me 12 more months, so we should be alright. That legion is almost done. The furniture is ready to be sent. Phenomenal. So I think I'm still overproducing wine. But that only means that if I have a few spare denarii, I should be able to open another trade route and export more of it. Hopefully. And I want to trade more gold. What's wrong? Don't be sad. This little house is plenty sad. You again! Rah! Shut up. Oh, indifference. Indifference. That is no good. Should start importing marble now. What are the marble prices? I'd like to get a few oracles in. Expensive. Okay, one more. You're gone. Shut up. It's none of your business. What I do in my free time at work, in my paid job, is none of your business. A small force. This is no good. I think I might have to send it now. Okay, this is ready. Decrease trading. Get off my back, man. Empire service and horses are counted the same way, and I would like to keep the bows, so let's send the force now. What's the idea for the mergers? In the Emperor, there's just a 2x2 plot straight up, no 1x1s, but no GLP, people use 1x1s. So we need to keep them in some capacity. Yes, the idea is that when you place the plots, any plot that is in a square, it will just get automatically assigned to a 2x2 at the moment of placement. So 1x1's still possible. But the game will just... What's basically going to happen is the game is going to do merges more smartly. That's all that's going to happen. So when you place a long line of width 2, then the game will automatically split them into 2x2s. All of them. Because it's a very easy check. If what you're placing is an even number in the length, then it's divisible into 2x2s. Like, that's all there is to it. Okay, good, but I assume it might still not be foolproof, right? I think it should be foolproof. I think it should be foolproof if done correctly. But, you know, it's at the moment I'm just drawing lines on sand, as the saying goes. So it can turn out that my assumption is completely wrong, but from what I know about the placement of vacant lots in the engine, this is the best way to do it. So you know how mergers happen? What we basically need to do is to move the merging moment not to the point where people move into the houses, but to the moment where you place them. And if at the moment of placement they get merged, then there's nothing that can go wrong. Just any 2x2 will become a 2x2 and that's it. And if it's an odd number and it cannot be placed into all 2x2s, then it's not going to become 2x2s. But if it's possible to do it, I'll just do it. There's, you know, working with the code here has the advantage that the computer can do all of the mathematical operations, so you don't have to wonder. As long as something is calculable, it's gonna just be a few CPU cycles and we're done. You know, a computer is fully capable of making a decision based on how long the thing is. And if it's relatively simple in the engine, which it is, it should be foolproof. The reason why, for example, the changes to the editor are not foolproof is because they have extraordinary amount of dependencies. Like when I'm trying to do one thing on conditions, I have to sometimes edit 6 files. So that's a lot of dependencies. Housing is stored in quite a few files, but the parts that are responsible for placing vacant lots and merging houses occupy only 2 files. So as long as those 2 files and the functions that they govern are in sync, everything should be foolproof. There's the problem with the watering. You also need to do it often. We usually don't water tents before merging. Right, I know what you mean. Yeah, that can be solved by the same in the same way that desirability is solved, which is take the best possible scenario, the best possible tile, and base the entire thing on that tile. So that's how we do with the desirability, right? Even worse when there's food and you have like 1x1 casa and a hut next to it. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If the merging part happens before people move in, what basically I want is when you play... Hold on, let me save this to make sure that this is progress not lost. Trajan Bridge. And let me just fire up a new one. Yeah, we solved this. Thank you. So you place nothing. You place nothing. So you do this. And at this moment, when I release the left mouse, these should get divided automatically. And this grid should just divide them into 2x2s. I'm going to draw the grid so that they, at this moment, are already separated into 2x2s. And they get treated as a 2x2. The vacant lot little plots will stay that way until people move in. But when people move in, they will immediately move into a 2x2 house. It's not going to be merging at the point of moving in. It's going to merge once it's placed. Still some immigrants arrive later. Yeah, I know. It's just the house is going to appear as a 2x2 immediately. When do you do often when you water them pre-merging and then there's a mess? I'd have to get into code. I know what you mean, but I am under the impression that this is all skippable because at the moment that the vacant lot is placed, we can do the merge then. And that's it. It's basically gonna function as if there was a 2x2 plot available, like in Emperor. The only difference is that it's not available as a thing to select. It's gonna happen automatically. A specific tile of the 2x2 causes the merge. It's not any of the 1-to-1s. Oh, we defeated the barbarians. Great. I know what you mean, but I can't really answer that without literally opening Visual Studio and showing you the merge code. I am going to have to adjust some of the things in the merging, but you know how we've already changed how houses collapse and how houses collapse and evolve. It's gonna do the same with merging, like that's all. I don't know if this is optimal. The upside is I don't have to care. Even if there's different levels, like 1 castle and 3 huts, it would merge near a hut. Oh, you mean like merging them afterwards? Okay. Yeah, could do that. Could do that. Could devolve them. I'll have a look at the code. The first thing to address here is the most common case. How do you ban people? There we go. The most common case is people placing. I think I now understand what you mean by the immigrants arriving later. So how do we deal with merging after placement if there's already houses and then you're trying to add to it? Can't even remember that. You have lost karma. New Vegas was pretty good with assentment of groups. It's such a simple thing that they did, but because they interconnected it so well in New Vegas, it leaves a lasting impact compared to something like Fallout 3, where they pre-planned everything and didn't bother with how different groups should interact with each other. It's immersion. It's immersion that they have done really well in New Vegas. New Vegas just feels like a real world, where things happen and they have consequences and you observe those consequences. Fallout 3 seems like a scripted mess where someone has thought that if you do this, then this would happen, and nothing else. And they didn't consider any other possible consequences, so it just feels like an afterthought completely. Right, we got money. Let's start selling more stuff. Terribly overproducing wine. Is it worth getting in debt with those guys now? Makes you wonder. Here again. Yeah. Shut up. You know what would be nice? After you gain a certain amount of favor, the cinematics with angry screaming no longer trigger. Because I am getting in debt, sure, but I have great standing with Caesar. Your continued inability to provide the tribute to Rome has damaged. Alright, piss off. Yeah, no. I thought I'm doing great. Nah. Okay, I am at 70 favor. He really shouldn't be screaming at me every time I try to borrow some money. I'm not saying change the mechanic, I'm saying just change the sound, you know. Play a slightly... play the video, depending on the current favor, to reflect the fact that I am doing good. I'm in Caesar's good graces. He really shouldn't be yelling at me. It makes me scared. Screaming will continue until the economy improves. Economy is doing not... Actually, economy is not doing half bad, I'd say. It was absolutely in a hole. It was no bueno. But right now, we're making money, you know. We're selling stuff. No matter what, so it does serve a purpose. Ah, hold on. I didn't read the previous messages. But no, I get it. Probably should be that. But keep in mind that screaming is a warning of the threshold. Since you are in debt, then for a year, it goes to 10, no matter what. So it does serve a purpose. I agree. I know what you mean. I'm gonna have to figure something out here. I was also already thinking about a reset of that, you know, because at the moment it happens so that once you go into that, you have 2 years to pay off your debts. And after the first year, you never get that year back. It just always defaults to screaming in 12 months. I think at some point, it should reset. You should get back to Caesar's good graces, and he should be willing to lend you money more in a more relaxed manner. I reckon. We could tie it to some negative as well, so that it's not just a simplification and a buff. I'm all for, risk and reward. So I think it should come with some other malice as well. But I just think it doesn't feel so good that once you trigger that warning, you never get back from it. That doesn't feel good. Like, you can have 100 favor and it's still... you have lost the trust and you can never regain it. It's too real. I'm playing a game. Come on. Let me have some fun. Let me live a fantasy in which people forgive and forget. Could be a player trap. We could add a counter to it in the economy or imperial advisor. Or even a pop-up highlighting deadline somewhere. The system could be way more dynamic. Yeah, I agree. We can make that. And I don't think it's very difficult. It just needs some time to think about exactly how to do it. We could brainstorm item on the autism code. Yeah, I agree. I think that's good. I usually I'm better at coming up with problems than solutions. But I'm willing to give that a go. You know what I was thinking of? Oh, I know. Okay. So, hear me out. I have implemented... You have a strong and independent pigeon. Absolutely we are. We choose when we eat grain and how. And if we want to eat some sweet white bread that is extremely unhealthy for us in a park being fed by a nice lady in her 80s... so be it. Nothing bad can happen, it can only good happen. That's what I'm saying. So what I was saying is that I have, in the unstable custom variables build, I've implemented the rank change, right? So you can advance in a rank within a scenario. I'll be with you in 3 minutes. So I think that this could be an anchor to look into the favor and debt mechanic, because I think it would be neat to tie in some way favor to rank, especially for single maps. God, those people are real, by the way. Feeding pigeons here is a crime. They are overpopulated, no offense. That's okay. I think you didn't mean Polish people. I think you just meant pigeons, literally, so that's okay. I have to take a break for a moment. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave you with the Lord of the Rings ambience, and I'll be back soon. Sorry. I have a few more minutes to play in this map, but I just need a moment break. Right back. I'm back. Hello. Straight into the messages. It would have to be possible to still design campaign favor around it, but the system could be better. Still, there are some pitfalls, like favor is natively way too easy, normally on non-custom maps, and especially campaign where rank is just means more favors since more gifts are possible. Instead, the rank can signify duties or how much tribute he expects, etc., along with some perks you get, so it's not just artificial limitation. I agree. I know, it's probably not as easy as I immediately thought that there could be a straight path between favor and rank. Because, yeah, it would mess up things a lot. So I think maybe for the time being, for at least 4.5 until 5.0, let's give the map makers tools and let's leave rank as it is. Let's not have any inherently baked in rank up and rank downs. I would like to just encourage map makers to make use of that feature as soon as it launches, because the rank has always seemed like very much an afterthought. It's just not utilized at all. So I'd like to see it utilized more. So credit to Trajan for this amazing idea. As soon as he suggested that, I was like, oh yeah, oh my, please, yeah, I can do that. Let me look into it. So I would really like this to be more utilized, but I don't have any great ideas on how to do it, so I'll just leave it entirely to the map maker's imagination. You guys have not failed me before. I don't see why you would fail me now. It will be a thing that has to be discussed a lot if it's to change. Yeah, it might. I think it might just be better to leave that completely in map maker's hands, because when you think about it, an enhancement that is directly baked into the engine. Wait, did I just connect? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so the highway is complete now. So the objective for the highway is fully done. There's a complete highway all the way from the starting point to the ending point. Cool. What was I talking about? The current system is basic and pretty bad, but it would be even worse if we weren't careful, honestly, yeah. Yeah, I retract my earlier comment. I think let's leave it to map makers completely. Let's just make the tools very easy to use so that everyone uses it in a way that they see fit. Because the mechanic is completely... It is criminally underutilized. And it's not like it has great potential to be used. But combined with every other tool that is coming to mapmaker's disposal, or already is at their disposal, I think it could be a neat tool in the tool belt, you know? It's that that weird spanner that doesn't fit anything, but suddenly you have to do some bathroom work, and it fits like a glove to the screw underneath your sink. You know? Like, that's how I like to look at it. We already do that with a lot of things, and it usually works for one maps, but a lot of it would be based as baseline feature. Think of all the roadstone factory. It's cool on the map, but I don't think it would work overall globally. Yeah. It's look what you have done to me. I see the world now through mapmaker's lens more often than I do it through player's lens. Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Okay, I have broken the economy. I've changed you, yeah. You should be grateful that I'm not trying to change you back. You are allowed to exist completely outside of the realm of code. Okay, they're coming. It should be enough. Thanks for that. Cheers for that, lad. That's nice, isn't it? Okay, the horses are quick. And it's sorted. And the Spirit of Mars is also... Okay. What's next on the agenda? What is the population? The population goal is 6,000. 6,000 should be actually not a lot. I think it's just two fully developed blocks, right? More or less. I think I can start getting the... Excuse me? Where's clay? Do I have to import clay? I have to import clay. Okay. I don't know why I thought that clay was readily available. Okay. Let's import clay. Because we can sell loads of pottery. So what we're gonna have to do, I assume... Now, I am not an expert at this, but let's try and do it this way. I'm going to set up 3 warehouses, each accepting around 12 clay. That should, ideally, mean that they get filled up quite quickly with clay, and they all distributed individually to the workshops, making sure that the workshops are properly staffed. That's the idea. And I have nowhere to place the workshops, but I'll think about that. Sorry, that's like 2 blocks, and prosperity is 80, so no patricians needed with all GI. That's feasible. But it is less fun that way. See, I think I have reached the point at which I have eliminated the challenge from the game, from this map at the moment. The way that I don't know if it's the way that I play or if it's universal experience, but I feel like I tend to get into debt a lot early on, and the early game becomes the absolute breaking point. It's only bought on maritime trade. So move this one here. Whatever. Not like this. Something I was talking about. It's alright. It's 2 enough. This is bad design. I need to change that. Fun is verboten. There is a concept for advanced map making with player motivation. You want to prolong the period where money holds values and there are some risks. Generally, if players want to do more trade or expand, especially on maps with over 10k population. Yeah, I think that's... I do wonder whether that's the convention that we are used to, or whether that's actually a fault with the game, that the difficulty is very front-loaded. Like, you experience most difficulty in the earliest stages of the game. This is where the game is at its most difficult, when you're trying to establish presence, when you're trying to establish your military, your trade, all of that. So I do wonder sometimes whether this is something that we can change, or whether this is something that we need to change as a community, you know? Whether that's something that we can help by making small but meaningful changes to the game, or whether it's something that we can't really help without convincing everyone to change their habits. That's what bothers me. Let's try this. Might be better. Some maps can flip the dynamic a little bit, but it's all up to the map makers. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The question is, can we make some changes so that generally the game is less front-loaded with difficulty, or whether we have to leave it entirely up to the map makers? Because the last map that I found particularly challenging in the later stages, I think, was Cyrene. Like, no, Wales was also difficult towards the end, surprisingly, for me. Ah, okay. Maybe I am overgeneralizing right now, because the more I think about it, I can think of more maps where I found the difficulty to still be there in the later stages, and it had to usually deal with either a time limit or arbitrary quests and objectives set out by the map makers. So that kind of I think that that's completely deciding argument for the fact that at the moment the management of difficulty is entirely up to the map makers. The game and the engine isn't doing anything to increase the difficulty with expansion. Expansion just makes things easier. As long as you keep managing. Which is how the Empire fell, right? I don't know. Wales? Flabbergasted. The game itself already does have levy and other factors. It's more that we usually want to provide relatively plentiful trade so economy just grow. Usually that means we make something like marble expensive to have tasks that take a lot of money or resource later mid-game. Yeah. Okay. I'll have something to say on that because I understand your point, but I think that the way we do it is not good, and I literally have no other way to put it, because what I believe is a problem is that sentiment, sentiment, levy, and health scaling are hidden factors. You don't experience them as a player. They are a number in the memory of the game. It's just so difficult to get to engage with that, you know. Like an example of difficulty being increased visibly and in a way that you can absolutely feel it is invasions, because this is a real danger, that there is literally people coming to ruin your city, and they come in greater numbers each year. So that's an example of a more engaging difficulty increase. You see more people coming, more enemy soldiers to defeat. You need to make up more defenses. While health and sentiment are more just like something happens in the background and you barely notice because the scaling is so invisible. But the problem is that once you know what you're doing, can be trivialized with maps with no real obstacles. Yeah, I understand. There's I think that this is where we get to that conclusion that there are complex maps and there are difficult maps, and they are not necessarily the same thing. But you kind of have to add events and obstacles, because otherwise the game inherently allows the player to spiral out of control. The soldiers are starving. You know what? I'll get rid of this and put it here. I will tie my food production for the city, for the population, with the food production for the soldiers, which is not something that I usually do. I like to keep them separate. But here it seems like it's okay. Level is tangible in the economy, and the sentiment is house by house. So health, but it can be obscure for some people. So yeah, I know. I'm not sorry. I might have misrepresented what I was trying to say. I didn't want to say that this is that you can't interact with it. You're right. You can interact with it. What I'm saying is that compared to some other mechanics, health, sentiment, and levy are rather well, invisible. Like, yes, you can't do a house-by-house sentiment. Yes, they are pleased with me and they appreciate more entertainment. And these ones are extremely pleased with me and they're not paying tax. Yeah, sure, like, you can't do that. But compared to other things, like a big red number that triggers a message from the Emperor, you know, a signal that your economy is struggling, the signals that your city is struggling health-wise is the event of, like, contaminated water, right? Or, you know, the plague is spreading or something. On that topic, shout out to Eugene for adding the health to this overlay here, this is the moment at which I started paying any attention at all to health, is having this bloody number here. Before that, I did not look at it one moment. Never occurred to me to check that. So shout out to him. So yeah, what I was trying to say is that compared to some other mechanics, the health and sentiment kind of get drawn out. That's what if like as you progress through the game, and for example your economy is struggling, and you might suspect levy, you are way less likely to remove buildings to avoid levy than to try to increase your trade, for example, to offset that. Levy is a mechanic where it's inherently tied to growth. The more buildings you have, the better buildings you have, the more levy you're paying. And there isn't really anything to do about it except for demolishing those buildings, right? So it's not an engaging mechanic, whereas in trade you can set up new new chains in the industry. You can open new routes, decrease production. You know, there's something to engage here with. With levy, there isn't really anything, and sentiment is so over-encompassing. It's in so many areas that you can literally offset it by just spamming festivals to Venus and lowering taxes and increasing the pay. Like, it's not extremely engaging. That's what I was trying to say. I do agree that if a player wants to, and if someone is min-maxing especially, they can engage with it. I just think it's not as... because it's so uninteresting, it just doesn't provide a meaningful way to interact with the difficulty for anyone. Neither for map makers nor players. No one is thinking like, oh my god, this map is so difficult and challenging because there's a lot of levy to pay. And nobody thinks that way. Same about housing sentiment and health. Like, I don't think anyone ever thought, ooh, this is difficult because I'm struggling with health. Because a lot of people don't even understand where the decrease or increase in health comes from. Like, that's the, you know, that's the level that we are at. We have, I feel like we have to kind of take into consideration. I'm really trying to overrepresent what I'm trying to say. So okay, let me end this tangent here, because I said 3,000 words about the topic that the 1,000 words was limit on. So let me get back to more streamlined train of thoughts that you were showing here. Think of it right, Marek says, well, think of it like roads. You need tons of resource, and you know that being slow or not doing proper expansion would leave you unable to cope with the map. Yes, exactly. This is like a good example of like engaging difficulty increase, which is also shown to you through events, through changes of variables, through how quickly your warehouses are being emptied. Absolutely a good example of visible difficulty and engaging difficulty. That shouldn't be a normal map experience, as there is still a lot of casuals and they should be able to play easy maps. Yes and no, in my opinion. But I think that's a topic for another time. It goes back to the unfortunate problem that our opinions on difficulty slider differ. So I think that this is where we would need to agree to see eye to eye on this one, because I would like the difficulty slider to be more of an option, because at the moment it really isn't. It doesn't change a lot, and what it does change isn't easy to feel like. I don't know. I think that difficulty could use a bit of a remix. I would like to see the difficulty slider be an actual tool that impacts the game, and like to be able to say like, oh, I can't cope with this, let me turn the difficulty down. You know, I'd like this to be an option for people. Destinations, let's say. Sorry. Got off on another tangent again. There are riots, but they're pretty annoying since burning aqueducts can devolve whole city. Yeah, riots are a whole other problem. Sick. New suggestion for actions come on the fly right now. Change building levy. It's the building model again. I posted on the dev Discord to get Johannes involved again. Because he already had a plan for it, he just needs to expand it a bit, and if I started messing with that now, it would invalidate the work that he has already put into it, as well as produce a few more bugs, because I would inevitably do it with less care and attention that he already did. So unfortunately, for anything relating to building properties and model, I'd like to get Johannes involved. I don't want to do it by myself. Remerging is a pain. I don't think it differs that much, honestly, but yeah, currently everyone plays on very hard, pretty much. There's more levy, hard attacks, etc., so emphasis in min-maxing and attacks are bigger. We can't already have that, since like MSTVD and some others just play on hard and not like very hard, but that's pretty rare. Small temple levy 800 per month when... Yeah, no, I think that's a good tool for the mapmaker's belt. I'm a fan of changing the building properties or building model. I think it'd be good. What was the question? The question was... Oh, so the MSTVD mention of MSTVD reminded me that it's, for example, one of the things in the difficulty options. I don't really think that we need all of those checkboxes. I think that some of those things should be baked into the difficulty. Like, I play with retirement age 60. But actually, I want a challenge, so I should probably tick that off. I mean, at the moment, it will just ruin my game, but I should probably tick that off and stop using that. A global labor pool is a complete changer of the entire thing. So, you know, GLP... I don't know if it should be in difficulty. I think it should be in when you start the game, you decide who you are. You know, your fate is decided immediately. Blocks around wolves is another thing that should be a thing of the past, because we need to do something about wolves. Citizens will automatically kill harmless animals. Put that in a city management. They are harmless for a reason. It's not a difficulty thing. And multiple barracks is something that absolutely should be connected to the difficulty, I think. Randomly collapsing pits and mines take some money instead. I think I just moved it here on accident. Infinite wolf spawning, again, wolves need to go. Maximum number of grand temples per city. That doesn't need to be a setting at all anymore. We've moved on from that. It was just a temporary thing. And God's curses and blessings and jealousy, I really think that it should be into the difficulty. Like, if you're playing on very hard, for example, I'm just going to consider two opposite ends of the spectrum here, and leave everything in between and pretend the word is black and white. If you are playing on very hard and you want the most challenging but reasonable experience, why on earth would you disable anything about the gods? On very hard, gods should be jealous and they should curse you and they should be able to bless you. And on very easy, either you disable gods altogether, for example, or you only enable the blessings. Like, I genuinely think that we don't need these checkboxes. It just confuses things. It adds too many ways to configure your game, and it contributes to maps being a vastly different experience depending on your personal settings. I don't think that that's great. As I said, also adjusting building workers and unit stats. You want 3 men Carthage invasion where Chuck Norris rides the elephant. It takes 800 police points. You should be able to have that. Oh, that was lovely. Like, just for that comment, it's worth doing that. I loved it. I'll comment on it in a second when I stop laughing about it. Okay. Okay, I'm collected. Yeah, the difficulty with that is that just it requires a lot of work, because enemies are not terribly easy to change at the moment. It's yet another thing. Every time I touch on something and it's a bit new, the same topic comes up, which is we are working on a Julius code base, which means that almost anything and everything in the engine was not meant for any expansion. So everything is difficult to expand unless it has already been expanded on before, which means that probably someone implemented a different type of engine, different type of API, or something that allows new and other options. That's all it boils down to. So adjusting enemy attributes, properties, whatever you have, absolutely, I think that'd be great. I don't know if we will have 3 months to implement that before 4.5. It's not very difficult, like, I don't know, a rework of military. That's difficult. No, what you're talking about is just long. Like, you have to spend a lot of time. That's all there is to it. Have javelins the range of 3. Military rebalance. Don't kill multi-barracks, please. We'll put it into the settings of the map by the mapmaker. You as a mapmaker decide whether multi-barracks are allowed at all. Okay. I am coming back on that statement. I can see some light, but I still think that very hard shouldn't allow more barracks. It's already enough to have barracks and Grand Temple to Mars. It would make more sense if the lower difficulty had more worship capacity or generally less jealous, but some people like to play without the god effects. We'll make it a cheat. And then they just know that they are cheating. Some people like to play with god effects. Some people like to play without roadblocks. Those people are called Julius players. I think if you sign up for Augustus, if you sign up for all the new features, you have to kind of sign up also for taking away some of the old features. I don't think that it's reasonable to expect for us, for example, to implement stuff like new Empire icons, Empire sidebar, trade ledger, all of those quality of life improvements like roadblocks and warehouses being built by highways, and at the same time think or expect us to retain every single old mechanic. If we do something about gods, for example, let's do it after 4.5 and say, hey, here's a cutoff. If you're happy with the game, this is the point at which you can keep a copy of Augustus 4.5 on a goddamn CD drive for like a... But we're going to be moving on, and we're going to be changing some stuff, and if we are not happy with it, we can change it back. Or I'll just get kicked off the team before I get to do any of that. That's also a possibility. They feel strongly about... Oh, sorry. I got too upset and started ranting again. We made a whole campaign considering it and writing rules for it. Multi-barracks as a setting is good, so people don't have to mandatorily play my campaign on very hard. Yeah, okay. Maybe we can work out some compromise. I mean, I need multi-barrack on very hard, so... As I was saying, if we do it a map setting, that would resolve it, I reckon. Because if a map assumes that you have to have multiple barracks for whatever reason, whether that's immersion or specific difficulty challenge, I mean, just making a map thing, I would be up to, for example, allowing map makers to enable Triumphal Arch for money. Like, whatever mechanic is present in the game, open it to a map makers. That's my opinion. But also, at the same time, let's not make coders' lives more difficult. Let's not make our code base more complex and legacy dependent because a small but vocal majority loves a feature from 1998. That's my opinion. You know, it's past 11 now. I get to voice the controversial opinions. Welcome to the stream, guys. Yeah, so sorry, Marek was saying that they feel strongly about that, like forced workers, they will come out of the woodwork when you're just one setting. We'll finally improve our flanks enough to face them head on. I don't do multi-barracks, but would be best to be setting for mass specific. Yeah, let's do that. And forget the multi-barracks. Those people do exist though. The forced worker people are real and they are vocal. So are stray dogs. You know? And yet we pay the city to get rid of them. Am I? Am I though? Okay, why are these not evolving? I thought I told you to get the goddamn pottery. Is there no road connection here or something? Is that a bug? Honestly, I'm confused. I think I might have to fire up the debugger for that one, because this should be the same road network. This warehouse. So they're not picking from that. Why? But yeah, I get the frustration, I agree on some points. Like, if people want mods good things, surely they can let go of some legacy junk. But it's tough with the game this old. There are some very specific players who never even talk about, but will come out when you touch the thing. I know. And I understand that. And I'm also saying, at the same time, that we have versions for a reason. It's like with FIFA. If you don't like how they changed the penalty shootouts in 2021 onward, you just play the older version. And don't bother us with your problematic opinions. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. Load up 4.0 or 4.5, wherever we introduced the change that broke your heart. Because I feel like if we move on with the assumption that we need to be preserving, I think we have our assumptions wrong. Yeah, there was something wrong here with the road network. It's probably going to be specific to how the roads are treated through the granary. Well, that solved it, so I don't have to worry about that, you know. They can play an older build, I guess. Yeah, but there were some folks who played before supply posts and not shooting soldiers in cringe and not very based and Roman build. Disgusting to spend 1.5 vegetables. Yeah. I could get a bit more into why I hold this position. And it has to deal with what I believe is the recipe to keep this game alive. I am not going to pretend as if I am on the lookout for new players and that there's an untapped market of people who would enjoy Augustus and I am going to lure them in by making the game have Fortnite skins or something. But what I'm saying is that psychologically, at the back of the head, people get bored with things. They do. And while people are apparently quite happy to be replaying things, I completely understand that. I'm one of these people who watch the same show 7 times, even though it has 15 seasons. I do like my comfort picks, and I do like the nostalgia and a deep relaxation and comfort coming from interacting with something that you know through and through. But I also think that it's much more interesting overall for that thing to change in a good direction. Obviously, if it changes in a direction that you completely disagree with, that's not a thing. But some of the changes, even that you might not like, might make the experience better and richer. My main source of these revelations comes from the years and years that I have played League of Legends. I have spent an enormous slice of my life just playing League. And how that game approach changes was really was a really big deal for me, and I grew to love some changes and hate others, and there were changes that I just could not defend, and I was just getting upset with them, and I was getting upset with how frequently they were changing, how frequent the patches were, and how they didn't let you sink your teeth into certain mechanics and certain balances, and before you got a good hold of it and before you understood it well, it was already gone. I was getting upset with that. But what I cannot dispute is that the flow of changes brought more good than bad. And that's what I think we also need in Augustus. There are going to be some changes that I would genuinely like to be divisive for even a lot of people to consider bad. It would show that there's new things to find here, that there isn't just going to be a constant expansion on the things that you already fully know and have mastered, because those things have limits. And I like, for example, the addition of monuments. While I know that it's very inherited from later impression games, the monuments change the game dynamic dramatically. I bet that there were some people upset about how oracles are getting, gate kept by the monuments. But I think that that's an example of how to keep the game alive, honestly. No Fortnite skins? Seriously, for the long-term replayability, we need more custom maps. Yes. That's the point zero on the list is I want to make tools for map makers within the game. I want to make tools for map makers outside of the game, like the Empire editor, like the text editor that I've already have planned out and started slowly working on. Everything that makes it so that we have more people making maps, or people making maps more quickly, because new content is what keeps this game alive. That's like step zero. The most important thing is for people to play, for people to engage with it. People need to make maps. They need to make content. So, priority numero uno. Nobody will replay the OG map for the 1th time when the half of the mod don't fit those maps. You bet. Some people hate concrete, but a couple of vocal people do. Some people make an impression that there are dozens. Yeah, I think that's the that's what I need to keep in mind when I see some changes. So, not some changes, sorry, some opinions. I need to keep in mind that the fact that 5 people liked a Discord message does not mean that 5% or 10% of the community is in full support of something. That it doesn't mean that, but sometimes it feels like that for me. I probably am not even, I'm not exporting that all of the pottery that I'm making. Stupid thing. Time to start importing marble, and in big numbers, please. And to make work camp. And to make an architect's guild. I've just let this run for a long time and nothing is happening. more like individual players. However, another thing we need to take in account is the visibility on streaming. We have a few streamers to catch, new and old players. We have too few streamers. Yes, we have too few streamers to catch new and old players. Zakalan gives plenty, some others will pop in if the mod is good. I hope so. Main problem is that accessibility for streamers, since more of them aren't very good at finding things and making them work unless their community forces them to do it. Yes, I'm not sure if I understand the last point, but I do agree with what you said earlier. And yeah, when I was saying content creation, I keep saying content creation. By content creation, I mean making actual things outside of the maps or the game directly. So I would, you know what? There's every now and then a post comes up on on Reddits and Discords and other communities or Facebook groups. Hi, I am a fan of this thing, and I have made a tribute to this thing in my other hobby. Like, someone, I don't know, makes dolls or stuffed animals, and they made a stuffed animal of a character from The Witcher. Or someone says, well, I'm a painter, so I wanted to paint something, and I painted this character from this game in a very erotic pose. That don't mind that. Yeah, sorry. I think that this is what I'm kind of missing with community for Caesar and Augustus, that it just doesn't kind of breach out or reach outside of just being a game being played. You know, like no one. I have never seen someone on Reddit or on Discord share, I don't know, a painting that they did. I don't know. It feels like that's missing from the community efforts somehow. Don't need that, but I want to keep it so that I don't forget that this is the route that we need to take to the city, and this is the passage. Make a stuffed Caesar. It will bring crowds to the mod. And yeah, I'm not saying that this would be a great commercial for the mod. I'm more thinking in line of this is what engages people. This is what makes it feel like the community is lived in. Like it's not just a dead place on the internet where people sometimes say, hey, I need help with this, and someone responds because they already know this through and through. Don't exactly know how to pinpoint that, but I have a tendency to enjoy dead or dying communities, unfortunately. The last community that I was engaged in a lot before Augustus was a community for nearly 20-year-old Korean MMORPG, and that community was just like dying. It was so sad to watch it. With every day, there was a chance that another important player, content maker, is just gonna drop off and never play the game again. And then I left this community and I put a hand into this dying community. I was another person who abandoned and said, you know what, fuck that game. I no longer want to engage with it. That game is bleeding people very slowly, but it's like on a path to dying. No one is ever gonna pick her up for the first time. Not anymore. What we need is an easier onboarding, which is why the tutorial is a huge deal. Yeah, I fully agree. That, and also download and not having to engage with the mod through GitHub. GitHub is not a place to engage with GitHub is a place to engage with making of it, not with playing it. You know, I'm saying for a few weeks now, we need a website. We need a website. We need an easy starting point. If you want to get someone invested in Augustus, a friend, say, you don't want to send them to GitHub. You want to send them a link saying augustus.game, and they click it, and there's a big button that says download, and they download it, and they download it, and then they have fun. Not like, hey, you need to find... dude, I don't even know. What is Linux? Do I have Windows 64-bit or 32-bit? Why is there a version called x64 ARM and another version called x64 what was the other one? There's ARM and there's AMD and x64 AMD. Like, dude, you don't need to know that. You really don't need to know that as as someone who just wants to play a game. It's an unnecessary obstruction. Like, I'll be the first hater of GitHub when it comes to letting people play the game. It's for gits after all. Agreed. I mean, it's I've already said it earlier in the stream. It's a tremendous tool for synchronizing a project like that. Like, for management of this project, Jesus, it's a lifesaver. It's the blood in the veins. But if you want someone to play it, it's not a place for them. It's a place for developers, not for players. It's my dad says that's my opinion and I agree with it. It's how he ends a lot of his runs. So I'm gonna end mine with that as well. And so that's my opinion and I agree with it. Warehouse 9. I'm already tired, but I'm having a lot of fun. Didn't I just set this? 14. Yep. 14. I didn't set it. 8. There we go. And destination is less than 8. Ah, yeah. Okay. That's right. We should build a better interface. Website might be a copyright issue, though. No, it would not be at all. Don't have to use any assets from original Caesar. We can fully use just Augustus and Augustus content. Also, I don't think that there's Augustus TM that has a trademark for Augustus. Website where obviously you can put maps as well, so people don't have to use the prehistoric havens. All tools, guides, videos, and infos. So havens is a kind of different topic that I don't feel compelled to talk about. I just wasn't there. I'm not the part of that community and that website, so it's not my place to say anything. I would like there to be at least an easier option to load maps, scenarios, saves from that are downloaded. We don't need to have a Steam workshop, but we should have a universal format that is very easy to import and export maps from the interface of the game. Because just today we had 2 maps and 2 problems with getting them to the same fucking point. Like, you know, extracting the right stuff in the right place to get this to work as intended. And that's something that we definitely need to improve upon, because I know that I'm stupid, but I'm not technically improficient. I didn't know where these things need to go, despite working on a code base for them, despite working on the Empire editor, despite, you know, downloading maps before. I didn't know where to fucking unpack it so that it would work. I tried 3 different places, and none of them worked as intended. And it's not great. Can't cut out heaven code. Devs won't have it. For some reason, not going to comment on my position. There's a problem, though. Yes, it forms a barrier. You'd be surprised how many people don't even know what a zip is. Yeah, I would probably be surprised. I think that zip is an absolutely universal knowledge at this point, so I would probably be surprised. But What I'm gonna look one level deeper into that comment and say, yes, that is definitely precisely the reason why I'd like to make it more streamlined. You know, as a map maker, I wanted to have a button that says export, and then everything that needs to be present for the map that you're currently looking at is going out. You don't need to dive into your scenarios and copy this and copy that and put images into a community, but put scenario into campaigns, you moron. None of that, right? And I want you as a player to download that one thing, you know? And that should be all. Download it and put it in a folder. Done. Faith in humanity crushed? Why? That would be helpful, yeah. The issue, as they say in the Midlands, is that C as a language doesn't lend itself great to messing with file paths. I had quite a bit of problems getting updater to work correctly with downloading, unpacking, and replacing the files for the unstable updater. I can imagine that getting that sorted for everything that is needed in the editor might be slightly complicated. Like, that's the only reason why it's not done yet. At least I am not great at it. I think Karyev might have. Okay, let me start that over. Karyev definitely has fucked-on more experience in that, and I think Karyev would be able to do that quite easily with his level of knowledge about how paths are used in our code base. I am just afraid that he is too busy or, you know, has other stuff going on and can't help with that at the moment. And Crudelius, I'd rather, if he had time, which he does not, to be involved in other ways. I would really need his help in other things that are more crucial. But yeah, it's definitely up there on the list of things that I'd like to do something about. But that list of things that I'd like to do something about is very long. So, but this is a part of the topic of getting Augustus more approachable, easier to interact with, which I think is, you know, towards the top of the priorities, or is one of the main drivers behind what I'm trying to do. I got really sorry, that was a very long rant. Old games that today are alive have all these things. We are mentioning about accessibility. Yeah, at least as far as I know, as without a doubt, Turgen, it's more of a minefield with how to go about it. Yeah, especially for all the games which might not have any original studio support at all, because like, people make mods and have communities around games like, say, Battlefield 2. And Battlefield 2 was published by EA, who's very much still around. They don't support it at all, but there's at least someone to talk to about it, you know. And if a community is dedicated to Battlefield 2 specifically, because the company still exists and it has to engage with the fan base because it is a product, they are more likely to lend a hand, for example, by keeping the servers running, you know, or doing simple acts of kindness towards a community creators, and, I don't know, feature a screenshot from Battlefield 2 on one of the 32 posts that they do every month on Facebook, and just say, here's a Battlefield 2. Did you know that Battlefield 2 community is still active? This is me, Jack from EA Games. And that already will get a few people thinking about Battlefield 2 and might help that community stay alive. So we have it particularly difficult because not only do we not have the support of the original creators, we are limited by the threat of copyright infringement. So you don't get support, and if you try to, you might get sued. So, sucks. That's the worst of both worlds here. Mark says that there are reasons for having to be kept on Zach's server to host the community. There are reasons for that, but they all really have to do with established presence. They don't have to be for any spiritual or design reasons, They are just where the community has gathered so far. So it makes sense for it to be there because it's already there. But that doesn't mean that it's a good place from any other perspective, And I'm not saying that there's nothing. I'm just saying that there are more factors at play here than just establishment. Because as an example from the perspective of developing the community, as we talked about like 10 minutes ago, getting new streamers, it simply wouldn't be compatible to showcase streamers on Zach's Discord. So that means that in order to keep this agreement nice, healthy, and mutually cordial, is we cannot really develop other streamers. And that is a problem if we're trying to expand the community in any way. Hold on. There's another thing. More people talk about the more chance that Activision says, money. They love money, so they will try to make Season 3 remaster like Pain, which will kill the mod. The devs already said that they would fight it legally. Yeah, I don't think that there would be anything to do in that. I don't think that any legal fight would be possible. This is just... yeah. This is a very far future, I hope. So I have an opinion about it, but I'll hold it until I'm caught up with chat. I don't like it from multiple angles. I want the game to grow and the mod, but the Activision greed is sickening. Zach's server does not really allow self-promotion. Yeah. Unless it's very tightly agreed and they generally say no, there would be nothing we could do than take the last build and play it personally. Yeah, but you know what? I have an opinion and something interesting that is some good news. So I'll start with the good news. Their community around Heroes 3, you might be aware, is very much alive. It's one of the bigger retro game communities that I'm aware of. In my small worldview, only rivaled by communities around all the shooters that you can still play online, stuff like Quake 2 and Doom. And that community has had actual bloody remaster, then another, a mobile game official. They had official sequels of Heroes 3 for years. And guess what? The community around the old school closed mod called Horn of the Ancients is how most people interact with this game. it like the mod was stronger than any attempts from real devs, and the mod persists while nobody plays the official releases and all the money grabs. Horn of Abyss, I actually played that. There we go. Horn of the Abyss is amazing. Hota is amazing. I don't know how they did that. I don't think that they rewrote the engine. I think they reverse engineered it, and they kind of like hacked it, basically. Rather than reworking it. That's what I think happened with Hota. But they did amazing things, and they expanded so much art, like really, really cool stuff. The only level of dedication to this extent that I have seen is Augustus. Like Augustus and Hota are where people have actually made amazing contributions in the original spirit. And, you know, if Hota's alive, despite all of the attempts from Ubisoft, all of the money grabs, Hota is doing well. The official World Championships in Heroes 3 are played in, I think, a version of Hota or just HD mod. No, I think they're played in Hota. I have to check that, but I'm pretty sure, now that I think about it, that they're played in Hota. Not the official HD remaster. The Steam version of Heroes 3 is garbage. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They did the money grab and it failed. Those devs didn't cave, and Augustus does not have that kind of gumption. I don't know what you mean by the devs not caving. They also had to, for example, host their own servers. Like they're doing money collections in Hota lobby for the servers, to pay for the servers, because they're generally hosting multiplayer lobbies, so that people don't have to connect directly through peer-to-peer. I think there's a full remastered version with 7 expansion, but nobody cares, it just plays Hota. Yeah, exactly. There are dozens of streamers, a website for the maps, and a wiki. Yep. They didn't give up to the greed, which was something that was not being scared, that is not being scared of cease and desist and general attacks by the owners of the IP. I get what you mean, but I'm not sure whether that's a valid criticism. I don't want to get involved in this discussion. I accept this as a convention. Look at him go. Why isn't he clickable? Why can't I see the wolf on the thing? Amazing. We don't have it. Yeah, you can look at it from that perspective. Will we build the bloody oracle at last? Will I finally remember what I was trying to do? Whatever. Just build those before I am eternally cursed, because I want to expand and I can't. I'm gonna have to think about the next block. Let's grab some horses. Pepsi horse. There it goes, the Pepsi horse. Clear this entrance. And fight the wolves. Yeah. Comes Mark, you know there's a Czech orchestra that plays Heroes of Might and Magic themes, actually a full concert every year. They are amazing. Yes, that's a great concert. I've watched it a few times. But I think it makes way better impression live, like in person, than it does on YouTube, even the live recordings. Yeah, they don't quite capture the magic that these kind of orchestral performances have. I don't have I don't go to classical music concerts frequently, but I do every now and then. I have that rare opportunity sometimes, and I always love it. It always impresses me tremendously. Live classical music, choir. I've tried recapture that magic by watching performances on YouTube, and it's just simply not the same. I know that it's a cliche to say that, but it's just not. It's a different kind of experience to see it live. It's just not comparable. The Czech orchestra plays a lot of things classical. It's pretty good here. That game has an amazing theme written by a classical composer. Ooh. Let's play some heroes, actually. Ah. It's like I'm 10 years old again. Let's send them out on a deadly charge. The main what's it called? The main attraction point, the main selling point of Heroes 3 though, is multiplayer. It's a player versus player game, and its charm and its appeal, that's the word I was looking for, appeal, comes directly from that. And multiplayer was just so fun. The game on its own also has a lot to offer, but multiplayer just makes it real. Like, oh, that's the thing. That is the difference between an orchestra on YouTube and an orchestra live. It's like playing Heroes versus computers and playing Heroes versus other players. Sure, both can be very good in their own right, but they are different levels of experience. Shout out to pistachios. Some pistachios. I think at this point I'm conditioned that like, oh, I'm gonna be streaming, I better get some pistachios. Because I like pistachios, but I don't eat them every single day. However, when it comes to streaming, I always have pistachios. Yeah, the multiplayer is something appealing than more appealing than a non-competitive city builder. I think as the strategy games with PvP can be pretty demanding, even in AoE 2. Most players just play single player anyway, even though you see most content creators do multiplayer. I don't think multiplayer is something that Caesar will benefit from. Oh no, me neither. I am not about to introduce season multiplayer. It's I agree that this is not an addition to hold your breath for. Whether I would actively root against it, no, because I'd just be interested in implementation. You know, out of sheer curiosity, I would allow it. But it's not the experience that I am seeking, and is, I think, an experience that very few people are seeking. It's just different stuff with this game, innit? It's literally just it's not that kind of difference. Is not the difference between it's not the difference between playing a game in single player or multiplayer, or a difference between listening to a choir live versus on YouTube. It's more like a difference between eating an orange and going swimming. Like, it's completely different. No common points at all. I'll be keen to see it. I just can't imagine multiplayer on City Builders. Yeah. On the boat tunes at free Bannerlord. Dude, I will never leave that one down. Like, I wasn't. I was dumbfounded by this proposition. Like, I have no idea how someone conceive of that. Like, everything from the proposition through implementation, all the way to technical assumptions. I was like, who came up with that? Who's brain thinks that way? I was absolutely taken aback. Maybe no, because taken aback is purely negative. I was surprised, like I have been very rarely in my life. I did not feel that way at all. I will never forget this until this horrendous injustice is corrected. No, the idea was from someone who is from the thing is Bev block. I'm sorry, but no. Like Simon Cowell in Britain's Got Talent. That's a no from me. Dum, ba-da-dum. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, I thought for a second that the interconnected city has ruined something. It doesn't seem like that. It seems like everything is... that the world is still revolving. That's 2 times no. Where's the third one? Someone get the buzzer. Can't. Or did you mean just we can't have nice things twice? Oh. The one thing that Inferno's got going for it is the soundtrack. Oh, sorry, that's not Inferno's theme, is it? It's been a while since I played, actually. This is 7 minute 20. A Tower Towns. Right. Now, yes, it makes sense. I saw that. I saw that with the eyes of my imagination. And I suddenly saw those titans who famously hate black dragons. Oh, the strings. What a musical extravaganza. Truly. It seems like the food production is extremely slow here. Don't know what's cracking here. Maybe it's time to import some. I mean, why not? There is no reason not to. I'm just gonna place another of those. No, not here. Here is more on the way, I think. Actually, and here comes the real brain teaser. Why on earth would I use a granary for that? Where warehouse is not only cheaper, it's indestructible and doesn't need maintenance. Granary needs a buff. Don't ever use granary unless absolutely necessary. Granary sucks. All my homies hate granaries. It's gonna be the overflow and the fruit we are going to send off to this granary. That's the plan. Yep, already set it. Granary 20. Fruit always to granary 20 from warehouse 21. We talked about this coming in the logistics and storage update. But the storage update already happened and we didn't do it. I'm just gathering more evidence to argument my position that granary needs a buff or warehouse needs a debuff, but I don't think that debuffs to warehouse is nice. So I would rather see granary become a real contender for a storage building to use. That's all. Because it's just stupid. Stupid granary. I hate you. Right. I agreed for those blocks to come here. Wow. Why did I do that? I'm gonna need another warehouse here for the wine. At least. Let's get wine. But also, very likely, we'll need pottery imported. Okay. Says the wine first. From 2 to 23. Why is this empty? Oh, no longer selling any wine because the warehouse is full of marble. What the hell? Someone just came in, dumped 32 cartloads of marble, and suddenly the best winery on this side of the Danube is not selling anything. No, it's the post 4.5 patch. Ah, right. I don't think whether we declared it in the scope of this update. So I've been thinking about it actually, and I would count it as a important change for map making. So I would rather have it before 4.5. Because if we have a new building, then you can design maps around it. And we would have to bake in special migration functions to make sure that maps published after the big warehouse or big granary or whatever are gonna still be compatible with people who are playing on the stable version, because we're gonna have people who won't be using unstable for a while. And I love that for them. I want them to do that, because not everyone has to be using the unstable version, which regularly breaks, and it's supposed to be a better representative idea testing ground. And once we have, it's just a lot of time has passed since 4.0, so there's too many features in the unstable. But generally, I don't think that we should be doing that. That's all I wanted to say. It is important, but it's a lot of work, and we kind of need new assets then. An LD got loose, the chain is shooting through. I've put the posters, but nobody's seen him. You know what you need to do? You need to put those posters upside down. Because nobody will recognize him if he's the other way around, you know? You know, down under. You get it. I don't have to explain it. You got it. Well, I think we can work around the assets. I don't think that the assets is a big need here. We can always use a placeholder for now. Your father, perchance. Come on, it was a good one. I'm a father to 2 cats. That's my fatherhood. I forgot what I was on about. Okay, yeah, we can use placeholders. We don't need new assets immediately. We can implement the concept and retrofit it with new assets. But whatever we figure out to do with it, we can literally scale the asset up and down as a placeholder. Fuck it. Put a color mask on it and make it more yellow than brown. Done. And you know, even a colorblind programmer can do that. We don't need an artist for a place. And then someone would draw a beautiful, breathtaking model of an ancient granary, and we'll all be in complete awe. But it doesn't need to happen for day one and experimentation and bug testing, you know. We could use the right version of the envisioned patch, but it would be a shame not to go all the way then. That depends on what you mean by all the way. If you mean they changed mechanics all the way, then yeah, it's still all the way. If you mean not implement the assets, it would be a shame to not go in all the way, but assets are just assets. We first agree on the what the new granary or better granary or granary buff is, and then we will know whether we actually need any new assets or not. Because it might be the case that we won't need a new asset. It might be the case that new assets will be the single most important thing in that implementation. We won't know until we agree on what it is. Goddamn guards are getting angry again. Mama, the alligator got loose again. Enemy's distance, I should have time. Problem here, as I see it, hardcore came to check some of our ideas, APFs, etc. The code devs are very silent at the moment. I don't know how to approach them. I could try to talk to Kariev, I guess, but we need some kind of decision. And it's there's a saying for that approach in Polish, and it's decyzyjny I słowny. I think it should translate into Czech pretty well. I hope there's no false friends in that sentence. I can do that, I suppose. Some of this needed is some of this is needed for the 4.5. Oh yes, that is the Inferno theme, sorry for my mistake earlier. You can talk to Crudelius and get him to look over it. I talk to Crudelius more often than to Kariev. At some point, Crudelius reached out about some review stuff on my earlier PS, and I started sending him problems to help me with, and he started talking to me about how the code base is built. So I've like quite regular contact with Crud about just coding stuff. Very programming oriented, very professional. There's no tomfoolery going on. We don't joke. We just send each other snippets of code with opinionated comments. Maybe try asking. Yeah, okay. I'll pull the strings. I'll call in a few favors. Yes, I agree. But also, there's no one to work on it still at the moment. I still have a lot of stuff to get through before the decision is needed. I still have a lot to do for the 4.5 that is already approved, so we can leave some of those decisions for a bit later. I'm not saying 6 months, but you know, a few weeks maybe. I'll finish the implementations. Maybe Crud and Kariev will have a bit more time to spare on the project. Maybe work quiets down. Children go on a vacation. You send a 1-year-old to a military camp for the summer. You know, that kind of stuff. And we'll just get another slave. We can. It costs stuff though, you know. They're costly. It's not like you can go to a forest and pick up a slave. It doesn't work like that. Right, where's the city mood log? Okay. I am still short on oracles. Probably that's the issue. Even the sounds of dying peasants match the music, because this is the battle music. This is literally you have your 600 pike wielders, and they just get attacked by a archdevil, and they just gonna die and go. Ugh! Plain pistachios. Love how this is the sound. I receive your entire life's energy. I receive a sack of pistachios. Killer deal. Damn. I need to think this through. Okay, how big of a sack are we talking? Let's stock details. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. A modest size, nah. Nah, you lost me, mate. That was the moment to promise the unobtainable, because I wouldn't fact check it. And you folded. You said modest. No modesty, no moderation. Nothing like that. Get it limited to 24 or something. Oh, stone. I still haven't started gold production here. And the worst possible thing when you are trying to not do an interconnected city. A need for resources to build monuments. I'm gonna have to make this partial stone storage. And disable everything here, enable just stone. This is tough, I don't like doing that. I would just interconnect it. I would connect it, but I'm fighting myself. Life is a battle of improvement. Every day you try a bit better. Every day you face your fears, your problems, your shortcomings, and you try a little bit more. Not USA size. Ha! Okay, we could do a king size packet, but only if it doesn't. Fuck off. No, no, no. You're not joking about that, alright? Don't mix snacks and love. Pottery. Do I still have a surplus of pottery? No. I'm actually in a kind of a pottery debt here. I'm gonna have to move this one. I'm gonna have to move this one somewhere else. How about here? And there. Let's increase this production a bit. And let's get more pottery going. Place a modestly sized highway here. And if I move this a little bit, then we'll have way more space. Or like this. And that one is, the soundtrack, that one is new, I don't recognize that. She's testing the tutorial, so all you need to give her a hard hat and a pickaxe. Hey! And we can push the 5-year plan to implement 4.5 a month in advance. Let me check that. If Turgan doesn't know it either. It was 27 minutes. That was... Oh, it's campaign music 1. So that was a short motif that only plays in one of the campaigns. During the movie or the briefing. And that would make sense. I haven't played that many campaigns. I've never finished all of the campaigns. There were far too many. I finished a few. I finished, I think, all of the Shadow of Death ones. And I think I tried to do Armageddon's Blade, but it was a bit too difficult. and Raffia was just boring. The restoration of a Raffia campaign was just half asleep. Campaign are really the thing here. Yeah. You damn right they ain't. Okay, pottery at last from 17 to 14, 8. No, that's not the one that I'm looking for. I would love now to be able to scroll the map. That is my goal to achieve. To have an interface for setting the cart depot orders by clicking on places that you want to connect. And this is also not the warehouse that I was trying to get to. It was 23 actually. And where is the furniture? The furniture is also underproduced. Shadow of the Death is the only campaign worth to be played, I think. I think that Armageddon's Blade has its moments. Armageddon's Blade was more experimental compared to Shadow of Death, more classic. More classic gameplay where you have a castle and you build it. You try to get other castles. Armageddon's Blade had a lot of this, like for example, you have a small town that is completely locked, and so you can't like use it even. It's just the anchor so that you don't lose. But you have a character with an army, and that's all they get to survive the entire campaign. Like, that kind of stuff was Armageddon's Blade. Most distinctive feature. My favorite castle. That's a lovely question. Thank you for asking that. I'm going to ask you that back in a second. My favorite castle bounces back between the dungeon, which is just like my all-time favorite. It's like such a classic, solid castle. It's just, you can't miss with the dungeon. But when I was a kid, I loved Fortress for its theme of magic, overpowering might, but also like being in might. You had Titans with 7-level range units. That was amazing. And you had Genes casting spells. But modern Heroes 3, Necropolis is the shit. I love Necropolis. It's just so fun to play with necromancy. So that's my answer. How about you? Stronghold. With behemoths. That's an interesting choice. I don't know that. I don't think many people would say that as the favorite. What do you like about it? Castle, archers, and monks. Oh, Conflux is a great answer. Conflux is so fun. Is very original. I love it. That's a solid favorite. And Marek, Castle, Archers, and Monks. It's like a solid fucking choice. It's a cold beer on a Friday night. And Stronghold you love because of the Cyclops and Ogre Mages. Ogre Mages are such a unique unit that I never felt like I got good with using them. Because it's very expensive to upgrade to them. And they pack a punch, but they have like such middle of the range speed that they are not quite defensive like Ents would be, but they feel like a very difficult mix of offense and defense. where you want to utilize them by walking forward because they are so sturdy, but the speed doesn't quite let you. So I always felt like, but if, holy shit, they are good at defending castles. They are such a good defensive unit in the castle. That both expansive as fuck. Oh yeah, okay. Expansion is good. Very strong, and I love them because of the Ogre Magi of the Dota. Okay. I see you. I see you. Why am I still not getting the goddamn pottery where I want it? Because I still didn't set it. Oh my days. Okay. Speed this up a bit. Is this valid for mining? The common. Gold. Oh yes, it is. Cool. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, the necro theme. I can almost hear the bats. I have bloodlust. Yes, I know. I love playing Necropolis because of the incredibly amazing theme. The theme is really good, but it wasn't, for me. It wasn't the convincing factor. For me the theme is a cherry on top, but the main appeal of Necropolis is necromancy as a skill. Euros 3 made some bold choices in having few unique abilities, but so unique, forcing vastly different play styles. I respect the fuck out of that. Because they were like, here's diplomacy, which completely changes how you play the game. Here is necromancy, which completely changes how you play the game. What else? Oh yeah, let's just throw in a couple of, and then they throw into that, they sprinkle a bunch of stupid ass abilities that do nothing. I'm like, who did this? Why did you put in Eagle Eye? Who looked at the arsenal of abilities and said, you know what this needs? A +3 luck modifier. Huh? And you know, like the caveman ones, where it's, oh, you hit more, oh, you defend more, oh, you faster. Like, okay, you have to have those. You have to have those. They are needed. But then they just threw in a couple. Oh, tactics! Holy shit! Tactics is a different. Is a completely different experience without tactics. Eagle Eye has been a meme for years, but now it's changed. Ooh, okay. Didn't know that. That's interesting. I need to play some Hotta. I haven't played it in a long time, and I have never even seen the new castle in action. And by new, I mean the one after Cove, because I've played a lot of Cove. Cove is fun. But the one that came after that, the factory, I haven't even seen anything with it. Not to mention playing it, so I'm only like screenshots that there is one now. It's a superior way. How do you know like to vibe that make... Sorry. Which we know you like to vibe, so that makes sense. Do you use one stack, Sturgeon? I simply don't like the skeletons, they're too slow. One stacks? Oh. Okay. Let's play a game. Guys, can you guess what I think about one stacks? Can either of you decipher my position towards one stacks? Faster units and logistics. That's the way to play. I think like that's just a very meta way to play. It's I don't think that there's any game in which speed sucks. Speed is always a good choice. Strength, not always. Intelligence, not always. But speed is pretty much always a good choice. We need some more iron. Usually use many scouts for picking stuff. Oh, I think we are thinking about different one stacks, because I was thinking about one stacks as the strategy where you have multiple one stacks in the battle with one main power stacks, so that one stacks only soak in the counter attacks. So you send one stacks into get the counter attack, and then you can attack with your main stack to get counter-free damage in. Oh, one hero templates. Okay. Shoot longer with some setups that you ranged is your main DPS. Yeah. Damn, guys, we should play some Heroes 3 on stream together. Some competitive multiplayer. Good old-fashioned pissing contest, you know? That would be awful. What? Why? No, exactly. Togan would love that. I'd love that as well. I think we should plan it. I think we should plan it. I don't like PvP in general. Okay, so I understand. Oh, there. Could play co-op. For sure. The options are plentiful. It's arena time. Yes, it is. Let me slap one or two here. Lion House. No, let's disconnect these two. I don't want to have to manage all of that. We did that before, but I don't think it makes a very interesting stream. Yeah, I think you have to play a small map for casual players, because I know on the pro scene their matches are very long, but in terms of how many turns they take, they are not very long. They take up to like 2-3 weeks in game time. If you play a small map or limit the time for the turn, that can work. But yeah, I was just excited. Yeah, Tugan says that faster templates can take 1 hour for a 1v1. Yeah, I've played some before. Didn't play in the lobby, but I played with my friends. The smaller templates and quicker maps. With the generator of the maps in Hota, it makes it very easy to get something that suits your needs, your playstyle. There's like a lot. What I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of customization possible. Make that for both, and send the gold away from 25 to 28. Wait, what did I say? No excuse, says Mr. Pigeon. Is just lazy and does not want to give us the career. He's a banner lord, so we can play competitive co-op. One day I should just do it as a bit, as a joke. That's what people want you. Keep denying them. This absolute marvel. The Mark came up with it as an artist, visionary, and an idol. He's a visionary. I'll give you that. I was saying earlier that this is a vision, to be sure. This is the welcome one, though. Let's send some iron away from 26 and onto the 5. We are short on weapons. Unrelated to... I'll be getting some visions unrelated to medical conditions. I was under the impression people inducted in asylum don't have phones, so why do you have GitHub? Gitbuch. Gitbuch. Gitbuch in Polish would mean, in Polish slang, it would mean proper drag from marijuana cigarette. Git meaning proper, and buch meaning a drag of... I guess any cigarette, it could be any cigarette. Buch, wpłuca. Joint stump? What do you mean? Now, what did he mean by that? Okay. Explains the visions. It's getting late. It's been a long stream. Oh my days, it's been almost 6 hours. It's been a lot of getting distracted, I'll have to say. So the mob is doing good. I think we're on a path to victory. So next time I have a free evening / afternoon, I'd love to finish it because I think we're almost there. Again, check out the main topic today. Do they really legalize joints? You have some legislation, but it is complicated. Too much to talk about here, but we can on Discord. Okay, thank you very much, guys. It was lovely to have you. It was lovely to play some games, listen to some music, debug some. I'll get back to you, Marek, tomorrow about the issues with conditions in the private unstable test build. And yeah, I hope you have a lovely night. So I think all of us are currently in European times, so it is night for you as well. Thank you and good night.